Good morning at all. Turn the music up for a bit. Good morning, B. Campbell. Schedule. Day 19. Waffles. Actually, day 20. We didn't get a lot of these done because we did the colors thing. So today we can try validating inputting conditions, precise validation with batch regular expressions. We did that. Nested nesting. Validate. Nest if conditions are a factor. Repetitive steps into subroutines. I'm going to change. Get rid of the gerunds, people. Getting rid of all the gerunds so that they will translate into job postings. What's going on with the music? It sounded like it was looping the same one over and over again. I guess not. Oops. There we go. How's it going, Hakov? Sicko Yo. Badgers. Might have to save these actually for night. You know what though? I kind of want to do 8-ball because that teaches 8-ball teaches arrays. Put responses into an array. So we get to talk about what those are. We actually have to talk about associative arrays, so I need to put that here somewhere. We need to grok references, which are a big deal. Hello. We need to grok the special variables. We started doing that a little bit. Variable scope and style. We kind of ended the day doing that, so we'll talk about that. Variable, grok, variable, scope and style, which is largely about the declare statement. Learn declare. I declare. And I guess we kind of have to do grok POSIX conditions. If condition syntax, which I need to throw out there. People have been talking about it, but we need to throw it out. So that means the test, learn test, the test function. You know what else we did yesterday? We did a little bit of TDD development. Grok test driven. This is the first time you're coding. It might as well be a method to go. I actually was happy to remember that that's just covered by the book. We also did another thing. We groked grok practical organization of functions and commands. Practical code organization. Why does it keep repeating that same thing over and over again? Apparently loop just loops the first one. Oh, this is just one of a series. Well, I have to go back then. I guess we'll do. Where's the big long one? New order pump remix. Nope. Where is my? This is the good stuff, but that's not it. Reggae, parsley, witcher music, coffee music, tech and coding music. Future Sense, Aloha Cafe. This is actually really good, but I'm sure you guys won't like it. Futuristics. This is 43. Let's see how long this one is. Ooh, pretty. Yep, that's really pretty. We'll loop that for a bit. All right. Again, we're not starting till 11:10. In case you're wondering why I'm just messing around. Can we get some vaporwave for today? I don't even know what that is. Vaporwave. Vaporwave. We'll try this one. Oh, this counts as vaporwave. I play this one all the time. I don't know about these other ones though. This is a new word for synthwave. All right. I can go for that. I'm not opposed to that. The talking might have to go though. Can't have talking. If we're gonna have talking, might as well be Alan Watts. I thought actually it was vaporware that you wrote, and I was like, what are you saying? I hope everybody's having a good Friday. I'm like dragging because I slept on my neck wrong. You guys ever done that before? Gotta do more yoga today. This will definitely work. This is just you know what's funny? I hear this track on so many different collections. It's like they all know about it. District Development, Practical Chord Organization, Grok, Command or Function. I'm just going to use the word function instead of subroutine because you guys know what that means. Vaporwave is used more than synthwave. Ambient space, yeah, that's a lot of people like that. I like that too. That's what I was doing with the Witcher stuff. Witcher's one of my favorites. Yeah. I just need memory prompts here for me to go back and write all this again. This is such a Herculean task in the last 8 years. So as of May 13th, no, 7 years. As of May 13th, it's been 7 years. And today is my anniversary, May 29th. Married for 8 years. RWX wife and I this morning are watching the world burn together over breakfast. And now we're listening to nice chill vaporwave. Can just keep moving forward. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. You know what? I think this is why I like watching this. That's why I'm so into this underwater stuff. It's just so comforting. You know what I mean? It's like, oh. I don't know why that is. I just really like it. And well, I was married for 19 years to my wife before that. Made it 19 years and then I didn't. That was a fail. But you know what though? The years that I was married, you kind of block them out because reasons. But when I go back and think about young kids being, raised and that you can't change. It doesn't matter how bad your life gets later with that person. When you look back at the times when things were good, you can't lie and say that those times were bad because they weren't. They were fantastic, So it's just how things is. You just think people just move on. 11:10:15. I like the strategy. I mean, the tradition of using 11, 11, 11. Here's a song to check out later. I'm not going to find it later, but I will definitely check it out later. We're going to finish our colors program. I'm actually trying to decide whether to keep that colors program that we've been writing in the list of MMP projects, which stands for Mnemonic Mini Projects, because it's a little too complex for beginners. And I love it. I love it. But I'm kind of thinking that we're going to install a piece of software instead to do the colors. I don't know. We're gonna have to decide on that, because it does cover a lot of things. The problem is it covers a lot of things in one project, and we need to have a few more, tiny projects that are not as complicated. We do need to learn how to trick out your prompt, and I actually think that would be. I think tricking out your prompt would be an easier project. And I know probably a lot of you want to do that, but that's also a part of doing the Bash RC. So the Bash RC is supposed to have its own week, or customizing your Bash, and that really needs its own day or two. So just so you know, I've been struggling about. You got yours working? All right, nice. And I'm actually going to go back to including that function inside of the color project. So let's go ahead and open that back up. I want to wrap that one up. It is an important project, though, I won't lie. So, because you need it for everything else, right? All the other fun colory kind of things, including your prompt. So let's go find that. It's new territory for me, because we had a colors library that was prepared in Python, and we actually tried to use making a colors library as a project, but it was always too early. And so we never did it. We just made it for them, and then beginners would just use it and have the colors. And then they would do all the tiny little projects, and then later, if they wanted to understand it, they could. Problem is because it had already been built, like CPEC or something, they didn't have any motivation to make one, because they're like, why would I make my own? I've got one that's working perfectly fine. So there is that. Something else I'm adding, I just want to let everybody know about, is a task list, and I'm going to show a quick little diagram. As soon as I get able to show my iPad diagrams, I'm actually looking forward to that, so I can show you what this is about. So I can actually use a little bit of visual indicators. Vim plugin for code navigation auto completion. No, that's not a mission, because I'll never care. No, it's not missing. I know you're looking for it, but it's not my thing. I will never accept that mission. Have fun though. I'm sure it's out there. Go find it. I don't believe in becoming dependent on such things, but there's lots of people who do. Like, I just made a whole page about NeoVim. So if you want to, you don't need more power. You think you do. So, and a lot of people think that too. So I'm not saying, but I don't. So go ahead and go have fun. But if you might even look at NeoVim, because it has a lot more plugins than Vim. And there may be a plugin there that you like that helps you make your Vim that much more like Emacs. So let's get back to the project. So it's under Lang Bash. So if you guys want to follow along, it's under MMP. What I was trying to say though is that I'm creating tasks, and long story short, tasks are this is where I need a diagram. Tasks are the things that get listed in a job or a resume and you get asked to do on a test. So rename a file. That's a task. The skill is your ability to do that thing. The fact that you can do it. And the skill is the thing you get programmed. And so this is really a lot like programming humans. And so when you're programmed to perform a task, that means you know how to do it without help. And that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing. We're actually really programming humans. And I need to make a mini book about that, because that's what this really is. We're actually writing code for humans, and we're processing your neurology in a way that it will stick. And so it's literally like writing code to your fleshy hard drive between your ears. And that's actually what we're doing here. So, and we don't have the matrix, unfortunately, so we can't just plug in. So let's go to the Coder project again. Code symbol resolution and navigation. No, never ever use that. Have fun with that. I think you mean VS Code. Yeah. A lot of people want that when they first start out. And I've had people almost quit because they disagreed with me so bad. There's one kid in particular who was obsessed with VS Code. That's all I would ever use. He insisted I'd lost my mind making him use Vim. And eventually he left. He also wanted to code in Python his whole day. And Python was the only language that was any good. And he didn't want to code in any other language ever unless he had to. So people have different opinions. Thank God there's somebody for everyone to help them get their way through. All right, so here we have the hex CSS value, which we already did. This is actually the old color project. Good morning. I'm going to stop looking at the chat a little bit, no offense. So, I mean, you guys can, they just sent, so this guy who just got a paid internship, they sent him VS Code and Golang, and they told him that was their company editor. I was like, okay, fine. Have fun. Goodbye. Wrong industry. CSS hex values. We already did this part. And we got this part working. We actually did all of this as a separate thing. So I actually think this is a little bit old. Well, you missed. Did you watch Friday and Saturday, Sunday? It sounds like you missed last week. Yeah. It does. It's got all of them got macros. VS Code's got macros. VI's got macros. So here is the hex thing that we did. So this is the result. And again, let me unpack this thing. We went through it rather fast yesterday. This is why I think that this is not for beginners. This is a pretty hairy conversion routine that I think we need to watch later. Nice. You mentioned it for Emacs. Oh god. Okay. So this is something we have to come back to and understand a little bit later. But I'm just going to explain it because I went through it so fast yesterday and I stopped kind of explaining things. So what this is this is a function, and we actually tested here. We were testing our function for a second. I'm going to remove that. We don't need that anymore. To talk about variable scope, which is all over the place. So we do need to talk about functions, and we need to talk about function scope. And normally I don't do that until the bridge keeper. Is it still too fast? Can you replace no, you cannot. You could if you want to. There's no reason you couldn't. You can put whatever you want there. So I don't, though, because I don't want to do that. I want it to be, I want the numbers to all be one thing so that I can split them based on the colon, if you know what I mean. A full way to manage the Linux kernel symbols. Maybe. I mean, if you want to be able to change, like one thing that Vim doesn't do well is like change. If you have more than 10,000 lines of code or 1,000 lines of code, yeah, you need a bigger IDE. I won't lie, because you need to like be able to rename functions and rename symbols all throughout the whole thing. If that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I agree. But those are the kind of things I use PerlPy for. So anyway, we have this function here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave the color program aside for a second, and we're going to just use this thing as if we already had it, because I need to proceed on the other projects. All right. So the other projects are, and we're going to go through these kind of fun projects, and we're not going to finish them all today. There's just no way. But I want to make sure we cover all the major parts of Bash. And that needs to be sort of a list. And so we're going to work on the Waffles project. and we'll do it in order. So we did greet, we did Nyan Cat. You guys remember that, right? Do you guys remember the Nyan Cat? Now, Nyan Cat, we loaded loops. Okay. I'm just organizing some stuff here. If you want to actually see me code all of these MMPs in Shell, I'm going to be doing that at night and on Sundays. So I'm going to write up all the content for these new things that have been written. I have to go find them, but I want to rewrite them anyway. And so if you want to actually see this coding happening and have some input into it, you could come look at that. So this is Nyan Cat. So we actually source the colors for Bash. Instead, we're going to use something called random color, which already is on the system. This is another problem because there's no such thing as a random color program. So if you're writing Bash, it means you have a random. You've got a random color available to you, and we're gonna have to figure that out. So, yeah, I'm not gonna talk more about that anyway. So, which one I was going? Oh, did you like that? Well, there you go. So little things like that. You can really use one-liners on that to help you out. All right, so let's do Nyan Cat. So remember that we did while true loops. So we really are supposed to get to the for loops, but we're still stuck in waffles land. So I'm going to go through this more carefully. And again, I'm going to assume you have a colors library. Okay. Yeah. Let me just ask you, since this is interactive, what do you think would be better for you to do colors the super hard way and then wait and make your own colors library later? MMP stands for Mnemonic Mini Projects, and you can go read about it. You think super hard is the best, but I don't want to throw that much hard to you at the first part. Does that make sense? So let's do this. I'm gonna okay, so here's the problem with Nyan Cat. So you know what? I'm sorry, but this is part of the reason I'm doing this, because I really want to figure out what you guys are going to respond to better. That's why I'm doing this interactively. So this project is not as fun. This is the only purpose of this project is to clear the screen. So we have to have a clear in here, right? I only use VT100 terminals. Okay, well, that's not going to be. You're not going to have any fun with that. But then the value of the color discussion comes into knowing how to use escape sequences, which is, that's a valuable thing. Only create your own color library if you want to learn how to manage terminal colors. That makes sense. I think that, but the nature of introducing special variables to you, that still is a beginner thing. So I think I'm going to keep that in there. Appreciate the input on that. So what that means is that I'm going to keep these. This is what we did. The purpose of colors in the first place was to learn how to do constants. So this is how you declare a constant, declare -r. And it's an extension of variables, which are also a first day, second day thing. So then we learn, okay, this is the exact symbol for clear, red, green, blue, whatever. Okay, my file tab completion in Vim is mind-blowing. Well, I didn't do file tab completion, but you can do it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So here we have this little set of colors, and then for random color we can just do. We don't have random color really. We can just do red. So Nyan Cat would just be red, and then we can make this blue or something, and just call it a day. So we'll do a sleep pair. Yeah. All right. So this is. Whoops. What did I do wrong? Red. Oh. I don't need this anymore. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to show it to you guys. And it's also not a function, so we can do that. All right, so I feel much happier. Everybody's going to ask me, well, how do I make it random? And they'll say, okay, well, that's coming. Stay tuned. Okay, that makes sense. I'm doing this course stuff as I go. Deal with it. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. This looks very patriotic. I didn't mean it to. This is just don't do a line return. I don't know what I was thinking. So, Nyan Cat. Wow. It's an American Nyan Cat. Let's bring up those names. Helps a lot. Curly brackets. Yes, curly brackets. Thank you. All right, so this is a very simple thing, and we've introduced, there. I'm going to be done with that. I'm going to make colors its own project. So that is now officially the plan. So what do you want to learn next? Well, so actually I'm going to take color out of here. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take tricking your prompt out too. So now we're not behind anymore. Amazing. MMPs, readme. So this is going to be colors goes far away. I'm not going to do colors until after, maybe after Bridge Keeper Dice Roller. We'll do waffles right now. So Nyan Cat. Nah, you're right. All right, so let's do. And actually, believe it or not, we're going to do, well, I don't know, we'll see. Normally, I have you do the same projects in JavaScript and Go so that you can see how the projects are implemented in each language. And I might actually go back to that. I might throw out the books completely and do that because it teaches you the concept so much faster. And then the book is just a supplemental. And so I can actually provide the book can be a supplemental material for you. That's how I've been teaching for 7 years, and I'm very, very tended because you know what? Because it's all project based. The other books, the projects are kind of like an extra that comes along for the ride. They're not the focus. And so the books don't approach the whole learning project process as if do this project and understand what the things are, do this project and understand what the things are. The book approaches it as if you're supposed to just read it and then make your own exercises and stuff. And that is backwards to me. And it's starting to affect me because it's really, really, really different from how I've been doing this all along for all these years. And what I've been doing has been very effective. I've gotten people, jobs and stuff. So I don't just doing one project after the next and talking about the concepts as you go and making sure you write down about the concepts and what they're doing is a much more effective way to learn, to me. And honestly, the Head First books do a little of that. They do have a project every once in a while, but it's not built around the projects. And that's kind of triggering me like today. So anyway, so yeah, I'm feeling really validated in how I've been doing it all this time, and I'm feeling a desire to like go back and do that and like seriously change the rest of the boost. Unfortunately, doing stuff in C, doing these projects in C would not be practical because these are just silly projects. I'd rather be doing something that's a little bit more practical, something that actually is useful for you. Anyway, so here's all of the stuff. Let's see. Better, yeah, is better. Not shipping. What are you talking about? What does shipping mean? Not shipping. That's a crazy song. All right, so let's go down here. Do you like waffles? Yes. Clear, clear, clear. Declare. Yes. Do you like pancakes? Yes. Use this at the start of the loop, and it would be much nicer. You're talking about doing it so that it goes at the beginning, so that clears the line and goes to the beginning of the line, right? Which one is this one? Which one is it, Frank? Yeah, it's definitely worth putting in there. Let's go do that. Let's introduce that at the same time. Okay, so Nyan waffles. All right, so declare. I used to have that. I used to call it clear line, seal line, like that. When I back in the day, as part of my library, I have a whole colors library that I built in. This one thing that's tripping me up now is I have to teach you about making a color library, and that's good though because it helps you learn about variables, special variables. And I don't use E. E isn't supported in lots of systems for some reason. I don't understand why. It's just not. You have to use 033 for that, which is the octal. You can also do the UUID version, the Unicode version, which I should probably also talk about. See, this other thing is, I think that this is going to be a way to start talking about octal notation, and because we just learned Shmod, it also allows the introduction of the Shmod like 700, and then your random color. Yeah, I don't have a random color. I'm not going to do random color anymore in here. So yeah, that would be nyan. What is that? The difference between clear line is that clear line? That's not clear line. What is it? Oh, I'm not printing it. Duh. All right, so clear line just clears the lines out and put your cursor at the beginning of the line. That's all it is. And so I actually want to show you that. So let's do that. I don't know how many of the NC escapes to show. I think honestly, showing a clear line, showing a clear screen, and showing the actual color escapes is pretty much it. And we could actually just do here. We could do C line. If we put a clear in here, this echo clear here, that would actually clear the whole screen. So there you go. It just keeps. If I were to put random color, let's do the random color again. We don't have random color. I used to do this all the time. This is like one of the most popular things kids like to do. I'm just going to tell you right now. You see that? They love this. They totally love this stuff. Because it's like, wow, that's too fast still. Wow, that's like really fast. Anyway, so this is a clear line. And it's still a problem there. Anyway, so we'll just leave the clear line there, but we're going to leave. This doesn't have a clear line in it, but it's good to introduce. So the problem with random color is we can't teach them random color until after they learn Magic 8 Ball, which is the one we have to get to today. It's because we have to show random, and we haven't done anything with random yet. And I apologize for the immense boredom you guys are feeling right now, but this is I have to do this because this is the reason I'm doing this, is because it's impacting how I teach it. And I'm honestly, my selfish consideration here is I'm actually using you as guinea pigs to see how you learn it better. And random is not random. Yes, it is actually pseudo-random. Yes. If it's pseudo-random, now put some. Yes, it will work in any language. Yep, pseudo-random. In the pseudo-random, I should probably start calling it pseudo-random too, right? Oh yeah, I know. Can you believe that, Mac? I have been teaching for 7 years, but I actually teach really young people. So I'm sort of trying to readjust how deep we go with this. So we're gonna put the color project after 8 Ball, because 8 Ball is the first time they get random, and we also get arrays in there, and Bridge Keeper is just if statements and function rules control. I'll probably get rid of it actually. Dice Roller is really important though. That's a really fun one, and then we'll go on from there. All right. No, I've been teaching this privately to kids from 9 to 19 for 7 years. On May 13th, makes 7 years. I retired early to teach it because no one's teaching coding, like real coding. Yeah. Yep, skillstack.io. And I'm sorry you guys didn't know that. I probably should introduce myself better. That's what I did. Yeah. Yep, I took my retirement money and opened a company. I had 130 people in ran the whole thing myself. 130 people, and 125, 130 people in there at one point. I had like 15, 16 per class. And then I shifted to one-on-one because teaching a class is so much less efficient than teaching one-on-one. Video compression kicked in again. Sorry. Okay, so let's finish the Waffles Program project. I want you to know that eventually all of these lessons will become videos that you can go replay 1,000 times. Right now, this boost is the reason I'm even doing it is because I am tweaking the material so that I have something that I can really, double down on, including RWX.GG, which is, if you guys haven't realized this yet, is the textbook. This is the textbook. And right now, I think Eloquent JavaScript is actually going to stay. But I don't know. We'll see about that. I think I want to believe that these books are going to stand up. Learning web design has sort of stood up to it. But the Bash stuff, the crazy thing is that the Bash is becoming the place where I used to do Python. Anyway, you're bored. Let's code. Let's code some more. So just to recap, we have waffles. Do you like waffles? Yes, I like waffles. Read the answer. Do you like... Now, the whole point of this is to show redundancy, and you're not supposed to know about functions yet. We're supposed to have that conversation now. Poor man C, yes it is. So here we go. So let's actually do the whole thing, and then I'm gonna show you through refactoring. You should probably be a mentor. Okay, so here we go. If I like waffles, do you like pancakes? Yes. Do you like French toast? Yes. So let's go do our thing. Also, I want to show you how to make a smaller prompt, which I have not done. But really, all you have to do is change your PS1 value, RWX. I can actually put a color in here. I want to say I want green, and then I can say RWX ROB, and then I can say I want like gold, and then I can say have space, actually this, and then a space, and I'll put all of that in double quotes, and that will change my prompt. So this is an environment variable. See that? That's not a very pretty green, but you can see what I'm saying there. So there you go. Actually, let's do cyan, shall we? Oh, I forgot something. I did a horrible thing. So especially if you do grid colors, guys, do not do what I just did. Make sure that you put in the brackets. It's so important that you put the brackets in. You have to put the brackets in. If you don't put the brackets in, then it will screw up the width. So checking out your thing, I guess that comes after we learn how to do, I don't know where it comes. You know what I've been thinking about doing? I've been thinking about gradually changing, giving you little bits of stuff. No, not very red green friendly. I've been really interested in oh boy, I'm wondering if we could actually make it so that you progressively learn how to do your Bash RC rather than learning all of your Bash RC at once. You see what I'm saying? So we start out with the minimum Bash RC possible, the default Bash RC. And then on the first or second day or third day, we learn how to start making your Bash RC. And then as we go through the Bash scripting, we say, now you know how to customize your prompt. Everything progressively all at once. So what I should and shouldn't know. Right. A lot of people have forgotten what they should and shouldn't know at this point, and I apologize for that. But the point of this is, the reason this whole boost got derailed, and I'm the first to admit it, is because we were starting to do Bash RC customizations and we didn't know anything about Bash scripting. And that was, when I hit that, I almost restarted the boost. I almost restarted the whole boost from scratch. In fact, I'm still seriously thinking about restarting the boost. But if I do that, our times will be off. Minute is 0 according to Man Bash. Min is 0. I don't know what that means. So, so I don't know, because you can't learn how to customize. The whole thing is about the terminal, and you can't learn anything about the terminal until you know how to script. And so we basically lost a week trying to learn VI and tmux and all this stuff when we really didn't even know what a variable was. And that really stopped a lot of progress, I think. Anyway, so I'm a little bit triggered today. I know it's Friday. Last Friday I was really crazy and happy and fun. And this Friday I'm kind of pissed because I realized that by trying to follow somebody else's idea of what might be a good thing, I ended up, because I like the book, but I'm ended up doing it in a way that I don't like. Anyway, I'm going to find a way to be happy. Maybe I need to take an early break. Let's actually do waffles and pretend like you know about functions. Another thing that I was doing yesterday is I was writing all the task lists so that you can go through the checklist and say what you should know by now. All right. And you know, other teachers would look at this and go, oh my God, why would you ever dare to teach anybody without having a lockdown curriculum? And I say to them, oh my God, how can you ever have a lockdown curriculum without actually teaching people? Because if you don't teach the people, you don't see where the flaws are. So that's the end of my rant about that. C has rand, yes. Bash random starts at 0 2, yes. At least learned functions at least 3 times already. We have learned functions, but the time that we learned functions, we weren't supposed to have learned them. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. My original order did not have making a color library in it. And so you just use the color library that was there. So now we're back on track, but you should not have already known how to do functions yet. And frankly, they teach you how to do functions in like the first week. Agile learning. I agree. That's why I got confused. All right. So yeah, and we talked about random and starting at 0, and we didn't talk about ranges. When we talk about random, we really need to talk about ranges, and we can't do ranges without doing that. All right. So, well, I started learning Linux many decades ago, and I love customizing my shell and adding colors and ways to do things. However, as a professional, you will learn that customization is quite counterproductive. Yes, especially when you don't work on the same computer all the time, which we've been talking about for a lot. But if you're just beginning, if you're just starting out, then learning how you do your bash RC is the thing. Rather than learn the defaults to do a quick universal way. I completely agree, and therefore I think what that means. I'm gonna just put a thumbtack in this conversation, but I think what that means is that we will learn the terminal, getting on the terminal, surviving on the terminal in the first week or second week. And we'll learn how to navigate and stuff. And we will learn how to make a .dot files directory. And we will make a bash RC or a bash aliases, whichever one you want. And we will we'll have nothing in it. And then we'll add things to it. And because honestly, that is the primary motivator for most people to learn bash in the first place. I know it's not the only reason they should learn it, obviously, but it's the primary motivator. And then as we learn stuff through doing these stupid mini projects, which don't have real value outside of you can remember where they are and what's in them, then you can actually apply that to your bash RC as you're going and go, oh my God, that's so awesome. I want to put it in my bash RC. Or like Zero's just said, like he said, oh, hey, CD, or move, $which execute command. So this is what we're going to do. And frankly, I shouldn't be upset because this has really helped me to see this order and to realize what was a lie is that you cannot customize your environment until you know how to script in bash, at least basically. And I don't believe anybody is teaching it that way. Has anybody ever learned how to code in bash in their Unix classes or Linux classes before they learn how to customize their environment in their bash RC? Has that ever been taught that way? Adding functions is a good way to start improving bash. I agree, your bash RC. And that's why I think functions need to come pretty early on. Yes, me? Okay. All right, so let's do this. We want to learn stuff, and in particular bash, right? Okay, so let's go back to what I was doing, laying bash, and then I'm going to go back into MMP, the mini projects. Again, the goal of a mini project is just for you to learn a concept and have something that triggers your memory so you can remember that project does that one thing. So 9cat, it was while loops, it was infinite loops, it was variables with escape sequences in them for color, and it was learning Control C. Those are the main things that we learned out of 9cat. The color library wasn't supposed to be there. It was way too complicated and went into really, really deep things that we never, and I'd said it the whole time. The Greet project just shows you how to do random to customer interaction, the read command, basically how to print. And now we're back onto the third project, which is like the simplest project. And this only purpose is to teach you if then and how to refactor your code into functions. That's it. So it's not designed to be a big, huge project. So now I think I've got myself back on track. With my last 15 minutes, let's go finish this one. So we've been working on DUI waffles for a while, but let's go ahead and do the work on it. So let's see here. Bash cd into mmp / waffles. Next step, recursion. Yeah, I mean, these things build on each other. That's the way they're designed. And that's the way, if you guys bear with me on that. But I gotta tell you, learning bash is different because there's things in bash that aren't in a standard language like JavaScript or Python that have to be talked about, like fancy variables. When do you cover the fancy variables, guys? Kind of incrementally as we go, right? So we talked about the process variable a lot yesterday, but I don't know where that goes because why? Because we wrote a test suite for the color library, which is way not beginner. So I'm backing up a little bit on that, and I just want you to realize that. All right, so waffles. You like waffles? Yes, we learned regular expressions on time. That was an important thing. We did learn regular expressions. We learned how to do variables. We started with our first parameter expansion. Yeah, most important stuff. Yeah, and then the bottom line is that the boost is not going to get you through all of Bash. You're still going to have to read the Bash man page if you want everything. But I'm still going to cover things that are not covered by other books. Okay. Do you like pancakes? Yes. Do you like French toast? Yes. Okay then. All right. So if it says yes to all of these things, then what? So then we're going to do this. So again, I'm just trying to illustrate a point here. So we're going to do the exact same thing here. If the answer is yes, can't wait to get a mouthful. It seems silly teaching, you grown-ups these things that I used to teach to 10-year-olds. I had 10-year-olds with me. I'm not kidding. In fact, I had a $200 bounty, and it's gone unpaid. I had a $200 bounty for 7 years. If anybody could find anyone in the world teaching 9-year-olds how to code VI on the terminal, I would pay them $200 because I just wanted to find out if such an organization exists, and it has remained unpaid. I'm not kidding though. Those 10-year-olds who learned how to do VI in their own Minecraft servers, they're like full-time employed, going to electronic schools now, and I'm glad I did it. And it wasn't pushing them if you go through slow enough. So I'm not going to apologize for this stuff being a little juvenile because it helps you remember it and helps you have fun. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Okay. So if answer equals yes, then we say, what do we say? We say, can't wait to get a mouthful. I know that's like a weird thing to say, but doot. Again, it's very, very innocent, beginner kind of stuff. And then we go ahead and we put an exit here. So we're going to exit, and this is where we talk about exits. So this is going to exit with a 0, which means what? And this is exit 1. So the purpose of the Waffles project is to teach you if statements and how they work. And they ruined our wands. They really did. So I'm going to have to go redo all that. I forgot. So we're going to do waffles. Do you like waffles? Yes. Do you like pancakes? No. Okay, then. All right, back. Let's do it again. Do you like waffles? Yes. Do you like pancakes? Yes. Do you like French toast? Yes. Can't wait to get a mouthful. Okay, so there you go. You got a bunch of if statements. So this program actually works. This is a finished waffles program. And then, so we actually would introduce another little while loop here. Instead of an exit here, why don't we actually make it do a little bit of a loop? And you can make it do a loop here. You can say while true. And we're going to learn about breaking loops. And so we're just doing simple loops. We're not doing, infinite loops. So while true, you can say waffles, echo, green, echo green. And we're going to put, can you tell what we're going to do here? So echo green, we can go watch the song, waffles. And then we're going to say, and we could do, we're going to sleep like 1 second. How about 2 seconds? And then we're going to do that 3 times only. Okay, so and this is the first time we learn about incrementing a counter in a loop. Okay, so again, I'm talking to you like you're not 10, but and then when that's done, we're going to go ahead and exit 1. So yeah, I agree. So waffles, do you like waffles? Yes, yes, yes. Waffle, do you like waffle? Okay, we have to do, we should probably put our sleep first, huh? And then it's gonna, it didn't stop. It's like singing about waffles the whole time. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Do I show the break statement? Yep, we're gonna talk about the break statement right now. So, but we're probably gonna do while true instead. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to say sleep 2. Well, let's put our sleep first and then say waffles. Okay, so we put it first. And we go over here at waffles. Do you like waffles? Yes, yes. Do you like French toast? Yes. Can't wait to get him out. Waffles, waffles, waffles. But it should be done now. Why won't it stop? Well, wouldn't it be great if we could count up to 3? So let's do that. So we're going to add a counter. And to counter, we're going to count up to 3. An expression in the while true, we could do that, but we're not going to do that right now. First, we're going to just add a counter, and we're going to keep our infinite loop. And yes, there's obviously a better way to do that, but let's just, the first thing that might come to naturally is I want to add something, right? So we need to add a counter. So how do we do that? Well, we need to declare here, we need to declare that we're going to have a number. So we're going to say, I want a number. And you do need the -i to say, I want a number. And this makes the waffles, I love the waffles program. So this is, and we also haven't run any refactoring. So we'll do the refactoring a little bit later, but this is about if statements, and you can go back and fix your stuff later, but we'll keep this here. So for so declare I equals 0. So there, I just put a 0 there just to know. So I is 0, right? And that means every time it goes, we can actually add 1 to it. So let's do that. So let's add 1 to 0 just to keep track. And let's do that. So we can do I equals I plus 1. Okay. Counters, then, well, and then we're going to move to the for loops, and you can see how this progresses, right? So if you know all this stuff, you see how it progresses. So yes, yes, yes. Can we get a mouthful? Waffles. Actually, let's print what that number I is, shall we? Show count I. Okay, so we're going to print that number out, and we're going to go back up here. Waffles, yes, yes, yes. Can't wait to get a mouth. Waffles, waffles, waffles. So you see the counters going up. That's called a counter. And this, by the way, this line right here is called, it doesn't matter. We're not doing conditions yet. They don't know about conditions. So pretend like you don't know about conditions yet. You know about if statements, but that's the first time you've ever heard about a condition. So the way that I teach loops is I teach it by, you're first of all just repeating something, and then you introduce the idea of something changing every time the loop goes through. And that's the first time I've ever heard about being able to do that. So we do that by, and then we talk about this one. This is the init. This is the initializer. Okay. And then we have that. And then down here, we have the change, I call it. So we have the change and the init, and we can put comments in here. Let's actually put them out here so they're kind of easier to read. All right. These things are all going to pop up again though. So watch. So we have an initializer, and then we have a change. So something's changing, but it's just going forever. So we haven't really done any checking yet. Okay. So that's where the check comes in, and a check is something called a condition. We can use an if statement for that. So, and yes, 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 blah, 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 0, 0. It's going to keep going. We already know it's going to keep going. So we have an initialization of the variable, and it's changing. Our counter variable is changing, but we're not doing anything to it. By the way, there is a faster, a smaller way to write this. If you want, you can write it like this. So instead of, if it's just incrementing by 1, you can put plus plus there, and that will just add 1 to it, and it's a little bit easier than this. There's actually another way to do it. There's many ways to do this, and these are the same in other languages. So we can actually, so this one here, we're going to say plus equals 1. So all of these are the same, and I want to show you how all of these are the same. So let's do this one first. Let's do this one this time. So yes, yes, yes. And it's going to be 0. So 0, it should be 1 next. Okay. So every one of these they're all different ways of incrementing the counter. Okay. And then right here, we're going to do that. Let's try this one. This is even shorter hand. Gotta watch out for this though, because you can also do this. What's the difference, by the way, you fancy people who know about them? What's the difference if you put the pluses before and after? What's the difference? Major difference, usually on a test. Adds to I first, right? Okay. It doesn't matter as long as it's on the same line. So how do you protect yourself from that? I'm going to tell you right now. The way to protect yourself from using the I++ is to always put it on its own line. If you do that, you'll be safe. Because it doesn't matter whether it adds it first or after. If you try to combine I++ into an equation, temp area was created for I++. Yeah. Or you could do plus plus. Doesn't make sense, is it? Yeah, right. So that's good. This is all good. So you can put him at the beginning or you can put him at the end. The moral of the story here is that will keep you safe is always put an incrementer on its own line. Don't combine it with other math because you'll never remember whether it's going to be one more before or after. You'll forget whether the pluses are first or not. So just don't risk it and just keep them that way. Okay. And this will do exactly the same thing, except for plus plus is not supported in Bash and I've got JavaScript in my head. Whoopsie. So we just learned something there. So you can't put the pluses in front of I in Bash. You can in JavaScript, and that's usually how I teach this lesson. So I'm kind of off, and Python. So some languages. So I'll revise that. So some languages let you wait. You can totally do that. What am I doing wrong, people? I know you can do this in Bash. I swear to God, I've done this in Bash. Help me. Do I need a reality check? Has this never been a thing that you can do in Bash? I think someone help me. I got to confirm this. This is a big deal for me because again, this lesson is me rehashing my Python lesson from before. So, can I use I++ in Bash? Oh my gosh, man, Bash. Sorry, I have to do this research. I have to do this because I want to be absolutely sure about this. Increment. It's called the is it augment or augment operator? I think it's called operators. Where are you, operators? Augment operator. You know what? I don't think it's possible. Compound operator commands. We don't need those. Oh, we're going to learn something here. Huh. I could have swore it was supported. Truth is, I always use plus equals 1. That's the one I usually use because it's clearer than the plus plus. We're not going to do that yet, guys. I know you guys are jumping ahead, but they don't know about that yet. Yeah, that's the math operator though. So have we covered any math up to this point? This isn't the reads. Okay, look, this is what we're going to do. This right here. Screw the other one. I'm not going to teach the other one then. All right. So both of these actually increment it. And by the way, you shouldn't, I'm not even going to talk about the plus plus operator until we do C and that stuff. I'm not even going to talk about it because I don't like it. I actually don't like it. But I know that it's supported because it's supported in the for loops, but the for loops are under arithmetic. They're using math. So that's why they're able to pull it off. But I don't think we've even I don't think we've done math yet. Did we do math yet? We didn't do math yet. Did we do math yet? We haven't even covered math yet. So the answer is, where do I introduce the math operators? I know, but we haven't covered math yet anyplace. Did I do arithmetic expansion? When did we do that? In 9cat? I mean, I'm sorry you have to go through this pain, but this is the reason I'm doing it. So, I don't think we've covered it. I covered it, but I covered it in... We covered it because the book covered it without having any reason to cover it. And that was one of the things that triggered me. There's like a reference to it. There's like, hey, there's a reference to the increment operator in the book. Search post increment. Okay. But it's not covered. It's, yeah. Okay. I'm really getting triggered by Shot's book at this point because he covers, he puts the I++ in there. No, you can't do let. Let is that's not a thing. So here's all the arithmetic. This is arithmetic evaluation. This is arithmetic expansion. And we covered, we're not going to do any of the bitwise stuff, equality, all this arithmetic expansion. Also, did they have a ternary operator in Bash? See, sorry, I didn't know that. They have a ternary I didn't know they had a ternary operator. That is like so stinking cool. I had no idea. There's a ternary operator in Bash, which means I have to teach it. It's not in the book either. It's becoming clear that I have to rewrite my own. Anyway, value of post increment and post decrement. It says right here that it has pre increment and pre decrement. So why didn't it work? Did I declare it as a constant? What's going on here then? Why isn't this not working? All right, people, you'll be learning stuff even if you have to watch me get triggered. So according to that, this should work, but I don't think this works. I think this only works in parameter and arithmetic expansion. So this has to be. Oh wait, you know what? Oh my God, I feel so stupid. Because it's a variable, for God's sakes. This is not going to be anything. Watch. Day. Yep. All right. So this actually does need arithmetic expansion. So is this the time that I talk about arithmetic expansion? Because it's not covered anywhere else in the book. There's no actual use of it. So yeah, I had no leading zero. So all of these will work. This one is supposed to work. All right, I'm sorry you have to watch this, but you'll get some education out of it, won't you? So, not found. So, okay, so no arithmetic at all. So someone tell me, oh, you know why? It's because it's a redeclaration. All right, so anyway. The reason this one works is because we're redeclaring it. I'm going to drop arithmetic expansion. The end. They're not PG-13. Sorry, I can't even hear the lyrics at this point. This is done. We're not going to do this one. We're going to do this one, which I know is PG. All right. PG lyrics. All right. So I need to take a break and come back at this. Just a little break, but I made a decision. No arithmetic expansion until Badgers. And Badgers uses for loops. And for loops have to have arithmetic expansion because to do the for loop, you have to use arithmetic. So that's what I'm going to talk about, arithmetic expansion. All right. Yeah, I know that's the problem, is that it's briefly mentioned, and you don't just briefly mention arithmetic expansion, which is why I'm so triggered, which is why I need a break for 7 minutes to regroup, because I'm starting to get really triggered by the fact that that's a fantastic book with a great sense of style and writing, but it's completely out of order, and it's not designed to be a progressive learning experience. I'll be back. See you soon. All right. What a great day it is now. My wife is so awesome. I'm literally eating nuts. You said that's nuts, and you like made it real. Paul Centura programs? Really? It still is. Hey zombie, check it. Wait. See that right there? Yes, she does. But she's an artist. Yep, it's still part of POSIX. I'm trying to figure out when to introduce POSIX operators instead of bash operators, because you don't need the POSIX operators in bash. Yep. So what he's saying, guys, just so you know, if you're a beginner, the inside joke is that the left bracket is actually a program that runs when you use POSIX shell and not bash. Now, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but we've been teaching the double bracket, and people have been telling us that we need to use the single bracket, and we will. But I don't want to confuse you by teaching you two sets of conditional operators. You only know one set right now, and that is the bash operators. But at some point, we do need to cover the POSIX operators and the test function. All right, not right now though. All right, so, well, double doesn't invoke a subshell for one. You actually run a subshell just to do a conditional evaluation in POSIX. Think about that for a second. There's actually a sub process that runs. There should be a scout badge for VI, and as things are going, I'm going to give you a scout badge for VI. It's funny you say that, because I actually used to be a scoutmaster, and so my credentials are largely based on badges for different things. And this boost that we have will actually eventually have that. And I just put together last night the tasks and skills that go together that can be clumped together into sort of like a merit, whatever you want to call it, like a milestone. So this is all coming. I'm super excited. But it's all going to be based on, doing certain things, accomplishments on your own, blah, blah, blah. So this stuff is coming. Bash should be faster than Z shell in that case, which is ironic, isn't it? Because dash for the same thing is almost always faster. Thank you, left-handed shake. All right, so here we go. This is pretty much it for waffles, except for we have one problem. So I really want to punch home this part of loops, particularly if you're a beginner. So all repetitive loops have this, they generally have this concept of some sort of initialized state, some starting point, and they have a change that happens at each loop, whether it's adding or whatever. And then, but we're missing a piece of the loop. We're missing now sometimes loops just, you need to repeat a certain number of times, and that's nice and simplified, and Python simplifies you from that. We need one more thing. It's called a condition, otherwise known as a check. Okay, now we can actually write the check using an if statement. You already know how to use the if statement, so let's use an if statement first, and then we'll show you how to introduce it. So while you can put this condition right here instead. But if we wanted to, we could put it right here, and we could just put it in an if statement right here. And I'm going to show you how with while and for loops you can combine your condition into one line. But let's just show that it's actually an if statement. Okay, so we do this. We do if. Which true just means that it's going to go around forever. But let's just show you how it's not different than an if statement. So if what? If I, $I, all right. If I is, let's see, greater than 3, then what? Then we just want to end. Okay. I'm going to show you something else that's called a short circuit operator at the same time. But for right now, let's just do, this is really verbose, but this is what you know, so let's try it. So if I is greater than 3, if you're using bash running programs, it needs to do a lot fast. That's true too. So then we're going to do this. If I, then what? Then break. Okay. And what break does is breaks out of the loop and goes to the next line after the loop, in this case, exit. Okay. So this says, so if the I is greater than 3, And that, I don't know if this is going to work, so let's test it. Yes, yes, yes. And then 1. It should be 3. I should probably have greater than or equal to 3. There it goes, 3. Waffle, waffle, waffles, waffles. So that's 3 times. Okay, so what if I only wanted to do it 3 times? We could do greater than or equal to 3. All right. And let's actually make the loop a little bit. Let's get rid of the sleep because I want to just have it run. I don't want to wait. So waffles, yes, yes, yes. And then I have an error because I did something wrong. What did I do? Near line 3, what did I break? Do I have to do arithmetic? I guess, yeah. Oh, yeah, never mind. I could have, I'm mixing my Python up again. Python is nice for this kind of things, no doubt for that. To count from 0 instead of 1. Yes, we definitely need to count from 0. So we need to say if it's greater than 2. So let's do that. Just to turn it down because we want it to only loop 3 times. So yes. What did I do? What did I do, people? Oh, I said, yeah. 1, 2, 3. All right, so there we go. So, and I could have swore you can do greater than or equal to, but I guess not. This is my Python confusion. So, yep, can't do that. That is something you can do in other languages, not here. All right, so, but what is this thing? So this thing is what I call the check or the condition. So I like check because then I can remember it. Init check change, init check change, init check change. All right, so, and this is just a condition, it's called. And we're going to check that condition. And just, I know, Bash supports POSIX. I know it does. I'm trying to, this is new too, because I don't want to teach the POSIX operators at the same time as the Bash operators. So I'm trying to separate those out into 2 different conversations. People keep suggesting the POSIX operators, and that would really confuse a beginner. Here's the problem I have, and this is a little side note. Bash is already confusing enough for a beginner, and the idea of learning Bash as your first language is something that kind of I have a problem with. I would rather teach Python before Bash as a first language. I would rather teach JavaScript as a language, as a first language. The problem is that the way this boost is set up, we're on the terminal on the first day and you get thrown into Bash programming. You don't have a choice. So this is something that came up in the first week of the boost, the second week of the boost, is that we realized I have to teach you Bash programming as soon as possible as the first language because you're already using it and you naturally are asking questions about how to do this, what's an environment variable, how to set this, how to increment, blah, blah, blah. And you're asking all these programming questions. So this is kind of weird, but the boost, the first language anybody learns is going to be Bash. And that makes me uncomfortable because I've never used Bash as a first language. Because Bash is not a good first language. It's not. And so this has all been triggered by the fact that somebody says, hey, just use the POSIX operators. Well, it's already hard enough to get your head around the basic operators of Bash and the fact that you can't do floating point mathematics and blah, 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 all this stuff that wouldn't come up in JavaScript. So you really wanted an explanation. That's why the teacher in me is like, no, please, let's just keep it simple. Okay. In Bash, GE is that. But what I want to be absolutely sure, can we use the terminal without learning Bash scripting? I've been doing it for years. You think, no, you actually know Bash scripting. You use environment variables, right? Do you use environment variables? What's a variable? Someplace along the line you used what a variable was, right? What's an argument? First time you write a script. First script, any script, you have to know what an argument is, because every time you use a line, you're using the command line. You're executing a function. You're executing a command, and commands have arguments. And the command line itself, the terminal itself, using the command line itself is actually programming. I'm never been more convinced of that. Use only CD and mkdir like friends, then not much. Let's see, I added alias to Bash RC, the end. And yeah, so yeah, I just get overly obsessed with the order of things. So anyway, we have this init check change, and that's a great way to think about it. But as we go forward in programming and doing different things with loops, including the for loop, you're going to see these 3 parts of the loops come up a lot. Yeah, so you're going to see init check change come up a lot. The Bash man page itself says that aliases should not be used not should not, but it says that functions should be used in almost all cases instead of aliases. It says it right in the bash man page. So if I'm going to teach you how to use functions in your bash RC, I have to teach you how to code, which means you have to know what an argument is, blah, blah, blah. So this is where this is all coming from. I appreciate you guys hearing me out in terms of my explanation of why I think bash scripting, if you're going to be on the terminal command line, learning at least the minimum of bash scripting is an essential. And I don't think we're going to need to go into all the way into making, massive, Twitch sort of, GraphQL interfaces and stuff like that. But we need to do basic bash scripting on almost the first day. And so this is a hypothesis that I'm checking out. Okay, anyway, so back to what we're doing. So I'm actually not going to teach anything but the basic operators. And tell you the truth, I might get roiled for this, but I actually don't like using greater than or equal than. And the reason for that is because when I use greater than, or if I use less than, it gives me what I want, usually better, because it's usually the number that I want. Use bash to teach basic programming, but don't need to teach bash isms. Right, and that's why I'm not teaching. Honestly, you guys just please don't be offended. But the reason that I am teaching only the operators that will directly translate to JavaScript later is because I don't want to complicate things. If somebody wants to get into the complicated test operator and stuff, I'm going to refer to it and say, look, you can go learn about these other versions of the operator here. But the next language right after this is JavaScript. So I would rather, after we configure our environment, I would rather jump right to JavaScript and say, hey, remember that operator we did in Bash? Here it is again. Rather than just say, oh, -eq is actually equals in JavaScript. The less cognitive overhead we can get, the better. So that's why I'm making these decisions. So so we can do this. We can say, we can actually do an if then. We haven't done an else though. We can write this a different way. So let's write it like this. Let's write it like let's say if it's less than or equal to, let's say if it's less than 3, and this is my favorite way to do loops. You know why? Because when I look at the numbers, I can immediately know how many times it's going to repeat. So I can say if I is less than 3, that means if it's done it 3 times, because we started counting at 0, so that makes 3 iterations. And this is why I love, my favorite way to do operators and conditions is to use the less than and then just have this number, because I can look at the number and I know how many times the loop's going to repeat without having to think, okay, is there an extra one in there, or is it equals, blah, blah, blah. It's like less overhead cognitively. Okay, but if I do that, right, if it's less than that, then I want to actually continue. So let's put our loop in a different place. 1, 2, 3. So let's put our loop down here. And so do we put it after, or do we put it before the I, right? What do you guys say? Should we put it before or after? So if it's less than 3, we want to do it again. Otherwise, we want to break it. Okay, and we're going to use another operator called continue. So here we go. So we have cancel and break here, and continue and break. Now, this is kind of lame, because why? Because continue automatically restarts the loop. And so the reason I'm showing you this way is I'm trying to teach you 2 new keywords, continue and break. All right. So if you continue forces the loop to restart as soon as it hits. The problem with it is watch, if I put echo something random, it's never going to happen. Why? Because watch what happens when I run my program now. Is it going to ever run something random? Yes, yes, yes. See that? We never saw it. So someone tell me why I don't ever get to see something random. So you don't ever get to see something random because why? Because it actually never got there. Because every time, if it was less, if it was less than 3, it said, oh, fine, okay, continue the loop, continue the loop, continue the loop. Well, believe it or not, we can actually combine continue and while. And we're going to do that now. So I'm just showing you progressively how you can make these changes to the loop, because it breaks before it calls line 737. So in this case, we can say never actually runs. Because why? Because this line, because of flow control. So all of this stuff that we're talking about is all flow control. Thanks for bringing that word in. And flow control is really important, particularly when you're writing parsers and other kinds of things. So, we could have put the if statement at the top, at the end, blah, blah, blah. So in this case, we're just going to put this there. But there's actually a shorter way to write all of this. And that is involving this. You're probably like, while true. Why would we ever do while true? While true is always true, which means this loop repeats forever. And so we're going to change that, right? So this line never runs. And we can actually write this a little bit faster way, but please continue to use, please remember how to use continue and break. So I'm going to actually copy this one, waffles, I have to do this iteratively, waffles with Kant. So I want to copy that so I can come back because I'm about to change it up. Yep, and if you know how to do that already, you can probably guess, since we have our thing. So we can change while true to be, we can take this condition right here and paste it in there. I'm just using my mouse, but we can paste it in there and say while true I is less than 3, do this. All right, and then we can delete this line. We can delete this line. We can delete this line. Delete this line. And delete this line. And now actually something random will work. Right? And then this line, we can now say, we now have our check. So the condition. All right. So this is checking for a condition to see if it's true, and it keeps going. There's also an until, which we're not going to talk about. So we pop in and say, I'm worried I can't keep up and hope to catch up before the end of summer. No, there's a lot going on, but if you can't keep up, I understand. We're going to keep repeating. It's going to get better. So just keep tuning in, do what you can. The idea is to, yeah, we're doing fine. So here we go. So we have waffles here. Don't feel bad if you can't keep up. 8 hours a day is quite a bit to put in. This is mostly bash. Yep. Okay. So here we go. We have our loop. But this actually runs now, right? So something random is now going to run. Why? So yes. And we get all 3 with something random printing out because the entire body of the loop runs. Post increment and say that, no, not going to do it. Because we haven't talked about post increments yet. And I don't want to teach post increments. Because post increments use arithmetic expansion. I don't want to do that. The next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to change this into a for loop. Okay. So, and I normally do this in the Badgers program, but we're gonna do this here, and then we're gonna do it again in the Badgers program. Okay, so we have actually I'm gonna leave this alone the way it is now, with the while loop. So the main point of this one, the 9 cat while loop was the first part of while loops, and now the Waffles project is to show you a little bit of the while loops in a different way. The other part of the Waffles project is to actually function these, to put these into a separate function, and let's do that now. Okay. Yeah, just keep trying to do your best. We're not, we're all here together. So this cannot, what he's suggesting, just so you guys are wondering, is to do this, which we already have talked about. You cannot do. That's not supported. Not without the arithmetic expansion. And this is the reason we're all stumbling on that, is because normally when you teach a language, I could just change it. It would be fine. And I wouldn't have to introduce arithmetic expansion in the parameters, which is a bash specific thing. So I'd rather not. Okay. So we're going to do it this way. And, but so the next step of this project is to do this. There's obviously some redundancy. So let's talk about being lazy programmers. The best programmers are lazy programmers. They hate to repeat themselves. What is going on between these lines right here? This line here, this line here, this line here. Okay, so we have, for the most part, we have a lot of things that are the same, right? So how can we have 3, do you like waffles, right? And then we check the answer. Then we have, we ask again, do you like pancakes? And we read the answer, do you like French toast? So there's some repetition going on there, and it's not that bad, but that's an opportunity for us to write another subroutine or another, to combine those things and do them all from another sort of, what we're going to call a function. But I call it a subroutine. So, and we have this yes here. So there's a way for us to put all of this stuff in together and combine it into a single function. And this is the last part of the waffles project that I wanted to do. You haven't used, technically, I mean, we have been doing it, but in the actual curriculum, we have not done anything with what's called functions yet. And what they really are is a way for us to make a mini project or a mini program inside of our program. So let's try that. So let's make, first of all, let's look at what's the same. So we have, do you like pancakes? Read answer. Check if yes. Do we like French toast? Yes. Do we like whatever? Do we, do yes? And there's no reading going on here, so that's not one. So those 2 lines, these 2 lines, and these 2 lines, that's 3 times where we repeat ourselves. And we can put that, we can start out by just let's copy those 2 lines and just put them into a subroutine, which they sometimes call functions, but we'll call it a subroutine for now. So we're going to say, what should we name it? We have to come up with a name. We say, do we like many ifs? No, we don't. And we're going to get rid of those too. So then we're going to do, so we're going to say if, well, let's give it a name first. So let's say ask. All right. Let's say do you like? All right. And then we'll say, do you like? We'll make that into a function. This is sometimes called a subroutine, but mostly called a function, even though subroutine is, it's a routine of steps that's going to happen. Okay, so what are the things that are different between these? So right away, we can replace this code right here with a call to this new sort of mini program, this subroutine, this function, if you will. So anytime, this is called calling a function or calling a procedure, calling a subroutine. Calling it means, so there's 2 steps when it comes to functions and subroutines. First, you have to declare them. Okay, so this is, so if you want to take notes, declare a subroutine function. Okay, it's not a true function. True functions have return values and blah, blah, blah. This is a subroutine. In other words, it's a number of steps that are going to run, that we're going to do anytime we type do you like. In the old days, there was this thing called go sub, and it would actually, you would type something like go sub, and it would jump up to that line and run those lines, and then it would repeat back, and it would come back to here. And you might not like go sub and go to, but when you learn to understand how computers work at the assembly level, at the lowest level, go to is still very much a thing, and that's how computers fundamentally operate. They move the pointer around to process different things. So, but thankfully in a modern time, we can just put the name of this thing, whatever you want to call it, and that means that when this is encountered, this line 16, it's as if you ran this command. Now, it's really important that you notice about something different from Bash than all other languages. So this is a really big, this grates on me because this is something I have trouble with when I teach it in JavaScript and C and every other language. So because Bash is completely obsessed with this idea of commands, and you can just make a command, it doesn't force you to put parentheses at the end. In every other language on the planet that I know of, currently, there are no languages that let you actually call the subroutine, in other words, run it, without putting parentheses at the end. So I'm going to put a note here because I as a teacher, this really freaks me out. Okay, because you're going to learn this and you're going to go do a programming in some other language. You're going to type the name and it's not going to do anything, but it's still a true statement because it contains a reference to the thing. So it will continue to run. You'll be like, why isn't my thing running? And so just remember, every other language has got pretend it has at the end, like other langs. Okay, so pretend, let's see. So I'm going to put a big old call out for that because I really don't want you, when we get to JavaScript or Python or any other language, to embarrass yourself by saying, well, why isn't this running? Because every other language, in order to make a function call, you have to put that there, right? You have to put the parentheses after it to call it, to make it run. Also, functions in Bash cannot be connected like this. It's not possible. If you do that, it will fail. It also doesn't declare the parameters in here. The parameters are passed in a much different way, which is all reasons that I'm I'm kind of troubled, frankly, that I'm teaching you Bash as a first language because it's very weird. It's it's not like JavaScript, which is my favorite first language to teach. So just keep note of that, and I'll pare back that big old disclaimer for later, but I don't know how we can get around that. Okay, so this just means, hey, it's a function. All right, procedures in Pascal don't require parentheses. Oh, don't they? Nice. Thank you for the reference. I'm going to make a note of that. Yeah, Bash is completely awesome. I love it as a language. But if it is so unlike other programming, yep, there you go. Procedure foo, begin foo. Yep, semicolons. Thank you very much, Frank. So just keep that in mind. A weird first language is the key to success. It might actually be. So anyway, I mean, it's no more weird than Python. Python's a significant white space, make it look different than every other freaking language on the planet. More so than this. So point taken. Anyway, so this means, just like pretend ends with whatever. So just pretend it ends with parentheses. And we'll be happy and we can move on. But I don't want you to get confused. All right, so that we replace those two lines with a call to the function. Have we changed our code when it's running? Let's go check. Yes, 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 yes. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. I like main and C, right? And we're gonna do those other languages. My favorite language. I love this language, dude. I love this language. This is my favorite language. So after saying all of that, are you talking about Python? And Python should not be anybody's favorite language. And so people who like Python tend to not like other languages. What do you program in any other language besides Python? If you mind my asking, ever? Nine times. Shouldn't have asked about waffles twice. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's not many languages worse than Python, but Java certainly is. Okay. So sorry about that. Shots fired. So anyway, here we go. We have, do you like, and, so I'm going to have to write that down, Action. That's not completely true. It's got a lot of significant value. Python does, particularly for automation, machine learning, all that jazz. The syntax is horrible. People say, oh, it's so beautiful. No, it's shit. All right. So here we go. It should not have printed twice because why? Because this declaration hid away this code. This code doesn't run. Watch what happens if I comment this out. Okay. So make sure you get your head around what I'm about to do here. All right. Oh, Frank, that's not fair. I can't stay focused with jokes like that. Okay, so here you go. 0, 1, and 2. Do. Can't wait to get a mouthful. So, it still ran. Do you like waffles? Oh wait, we forgot to delete it. Bad me. So let's delete these lines. Why can't we delete the lines now? So, yep. Sorry, I kept the lines in too much. Are both ask waffles. Right. I left those other lines out. We were supposed to get rid of them. I forgot. Yes, pancakes, French toast. All right. That's what we wanted. So thanks for the reminder. Thank you for catching me. Yeah. Add chromosomes to your brain. So we deleted out those extra lines and replaced them with what we'll call a subroutine call or a function call. Yeah, they do. Okay, so yeah, we won't talk about languages. Let's not descend into a language war. I was hired and paid double my previous salary to code IBM, to code Java for IBM. Never coded a single line of Java for the company while I was there. The project I was hired to do was tanked into 30 days of training while I was there. And I had to scramble, and thank God I had system administration and C coding skills and shell coding skills. I did cause this. No, someone said that, I just said that I didn't like Python, so I guess that caused it. I guess I didn't. Okay. My fault. I take full responsibility for what happens on my stream, sort of. Anyway, so what else can we replace, guys? All right, so this is called refactoring, what we're doing right now. Hosting the Live by Linux, Mr. Rob. The Live by Linux. Are you hosting the Live by Linux? I don't know what that means. This is Linux. This is all live. It's on YouTube, whatever. So what do we have here? Do you like waffles? Return answer. All right. So we're going to have some fun with this. Where are the other places we can replace this? Ooh, do you like pancakes? Read answer. Do you like French toast? Read answer. So this is refactoring. So we need to find a way that we can replace these two lines. Yeah, Jython. Yay. We need to change this, but this one right now this is kind of like, do you like waffles, right? It's like, well, that's kind of lame. Well, we need to make it more general. So let's do this. Let's change waffles into $1. Well, what the hell is $1? They don't know about switch yet. Nope, you don't know that yet. Okay, we're going to get there, I promise. We're going to do short circuit logic, and then we're going to do case statements. Okay, so this is your first case where you have this. So we replace $1. Well, there is no $1, right? So we actually have to say, we have to give it an argument. Okay, so $1 is the first parameter, sometimes called argument. Parameters and arguments are mixed up all the time. The parameter in computer science, I learned, the parameter is the slot, the $1 that we're going to put the argument into. So, and we talked about this already once, but let me just give you a sense of this. So, if you want to put this in your notes, so if you are doing math, it turns out in math that everything is a parameter. So f of x equals 2x 2 times x plus 1. Okay, so this is like, and x in computer science is a parameter. So x is a parameter, and then if I do this, if I do f of 3 equals 2 times 3, then that would mean that 3 is an argument. Okay, so in computer science, now apparently Frank caught us on that actually math refers to that as parameters. Why do I finish f of x? Believe it or not, the fact that you finish calculus means that you're going to be a much better programmer, because you're going to have to think of terms as terms of functional programming and putting things in and taking them out. So this is a true function. It has one input and it produces a single output. It returns a value, right? So and that does that sort of thing. Again, this is math, not computer science, but the terms are from computer science. So anyway. So here we go. We need to change that. So 1 is the parameter, and then we need an argument. So we need to pass it an argument. Now, if we were doing this in JavaScript, we would do it like this. Can you even do this? If this works, I'm going to be really blown away. This is not. I'm going to teach you the proper way first, and then I'm going to test something just to see. So we want to do waffles, right? So waffles, it's a single plain old string. It doesn't need to be fancy and put in quotes or anything. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it that way. So waffles, do you like waffles? Yes. Yes. All right. So now what? Now I've got this waffles thing that's passed in as an argument. Let's see if it actually works with parentheses. And this is what I'm trying to teach you. I don't think it will. Nope. See, fail. Now, if that were JavaScript or Python or C or Go or Java or anything, it would work, because that's how function calls or procedure calls are usually done. But apparently Bash and Pascal don't have that. So they just use white space to separate, which is not unusual to you. You're already using this all the time. So for example, ls-a, dot. Well, the reason that Bash does it this way is if Bash didn't do it this way, you would have to write this every time on the command line. And who wants to write that on the command line every time? And if you don't believe me, you can actually use Python as a shell, and you would have to write all those extra parentheses and stuff. And so because Bash is an interactive command line shell, it gets rid of as many things as possible, but it's still very much a language. So Pascal is 50 years. This isn't really. That's nice to know. That's one of the first languages I learned. So we've learned about how to pass functions to a parameter, an argument into a parameter. Okay. Now replacing this is now super easy. Is it not? Let's change white to reset because that's probably better. Reset. And can we change this right here? Let's do that. So let's change this out here. And do you like waffles? And then we can say what? Do you like pancakes? What can we do down here? Ooh, okay. Do you like French? Let's see. French toast. Now I'm going to actually break something on purpose. That one has 2 words. So what's going to happen? Let's try this one. So yes, yes. Uh-oh, it's clearing the screen every time. Why is it clearing the screen every time, people? Oh, look, I have a clear in there. Okay, so we have to get that clear out of there. Although it's not too bad. We could just leave the clear every time. Should we leave it every time? Let's do that. Uh-oh, but why does it say, do you like French? Why is it saying, do you like French? Who knows? Why is it saying, nope. It's saying, do you like French, not French toast? Why? Because toast is number 2. All right, good. And that's what I'm trying to show you. Arguments are separated by white space. Every other programming language, arguments are separated by a comma. In Bash, arguments are separated by white space. Write that down in your notes. It's a big difference. Arguments are separate. Why? Because it's easier to type. This is an interactive command line shell. Every other language, arguments are separated by commas usually. In this case, arguments are separated by white space. And so the way that we make this, the way that we fix this is we put arguments. Are they really? Thank you for that. Lots of interesting insight. I didn't realize Lisp had arguments separated by white space as well. So arguments. So in order to make this a single argument, we have to put quotes around it. It can be single or double quotes. Doesn't matter. We talked a little bit about that. Single is just easier to type usually, so I do that. So we're going to try that. F#. Didn't know that. Nice. Nice. Good to chime in on that, guys. So we're going to do this. We're going to do waffles. Do you like waffles? Yes. Do you like pancakes? Yes. Do you like French toast? Got the full thing that time. Okay. Do. Now there was no clear there, so we should probably, to be consistent. Oopsie. What am I doing? Did I press something? Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do here is because we're going to do. Let's go ahead and echo a clear here as well. I can just put clear because we have the other ones. So then this is going to make our little program French toast. Can't. Oh. What did I do wrong? Oh, whoopsie. So again, just showing you that you don't need, it's called, yes, this is called refactoring. So making your code more efficient or cleaner is called refactoring. So that's what we're doing. We're refactoring code. And we're making it less spaghetti-like, right? It's actually getting simpler. See how it's getting simpler? Right, now this one's probably going to have to stay because it's a big old thing. It's very unique, right? If you wanted to, we could put, we could say, let's actually make another routine for here. Let's take all this crap, this loop out for waffles, and let's make another routine called waffles. Waffles. Let's do one called waffles. It's like waffles. Let's say waffle. Let's see. I don't know. Waffles 3. Now you can't put numbers as the command names. Yes, spaghetti card does equal death. So we need to put some stuff in there. What are we going to put in there? Well, we're going to put, and then we're going to put this stuff with the waffles all into a subroutine. It's kind of spaghetti-like in there. So let's copy it. See how I put lines between? I did that because in VI I'm now going to do D, right curly bracket, and that cuts the whole thing. P to paste it, and now I have a little mini program inside of my other program that runs this. So I'm going to get rid of this condition thing. So there we go. And it check change. And so now we have that. And now what? Now I have to go put the call back down here. So can't wait to get a mouthful. But let's go ahead and anyway. So let's put the clear on its own line. Echo clear. So it's driving me crazy that it's going on a new line. So there we go. And then what? Now we have our exit 1. And then look at how clean this code is now, right? Haskell. Oh, really? Nice. By teaching Haskell, yes. A lot of people do that. Haskell is a fantastic language. The problem is that it's white space significant and it's functional. That's why MIT used to teach Lisp as a language. Drink's not food. I'd rather be drunk than fat. All right. So here we go. Waffles 3. Now, when it gets to that point, what does it do? Do you already see how clean our code is getting? You see this? Yeah. No commas, no parentheses. Yeah. It is. Actually, I've done a lot of Haskell. I've been trying to get my head around Haskell because Pandoc is written in Haskell. And I want to actually modify Haskell to do some things my way on my basic bash and stuff. So yeah, Haskell is a fun language. That's one of the ones I want to pick up. It's purely functional language, guys. So don't jump into that yet. I'm trying to teach you just basic imperative stuff first, and then you can jump into functional language. The really great thing about JavaScript is you can teach JavaScript as a purely functional language. I'm not kidding, and that's what I really love. It's why JavaScript blows the crap out of Python as a first language. I cannot teach functional programming in Python, not without adding a library, not truly. But JavaScript syntax, modern JavaScript syntax allows the use of the fat arrow functions, which allow you to create. In fact, they're going to add the pipe operator, which is going to allow you to do actual true functional syntax in JavaScript. And so that'll make it the best hybrid language to learn all of these different concepts in. So we can actually teach you Haskell concepts in JavaScript that can't be taught in Python. This is the number one reason I dropped Python, hands down, because it might do other things well, but it is horrible to learn all of the computer programming paradigms. It doesn't support anonymous functions and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, at least there was no Python. Okay, so here we go. I mean, I'm not, again, if you want to learn Python, fine, you can learn that someplace else. So this is a pretty simple program, but these if statements, aren't they triggering? I do use Windows, yep, for playing games. Functional syntax with fat arrows without the definition of a function that has a name. It's impossible. Can't be done. So JavaScript is also much better to teach first class functions because you can actually do them, because truly teaching lambdas are bullshit. Lambdas are one tiny, you want to get a real fun laugh? Go find the list where they tried to make multi-line lambdas. Go read the thread with Guido and everybody, and they're like, ultimately whitespace bit him in the butt and they decided they couldn't do it. They gave up and went, guess we just don't need them. It's hilarious. It's such a disastrous decision to use white space in that language. And it actually totally defeated them because they tried to add it. Definitely better for functional. Yeah. With your impossible. Yeah, no, it's like, that is impossible to do. It is impossible to write an anonymous function that is more than one line. How about that? Does that make sense better? All right, we have a problem here. This is way too noisy. Isn't that ugly? Look at how noisy that is. Thankfully, short circuit logic to the rescue. Okay, I'm going to teach you something new that a lot of people don't talk about. Okay, it's the last thing I'm going to teach before I take my break. More than one line. Yeah, you can't do true anonymous functions. Let's just be real. Let's just be honest. Lambdas are not lambdas unless they can they allow more than one line. The end. And if you don't have anonymous functions, you can't teach first class functions, because that's the whole point. You can't write like handlers and callbacks and stuff. I'll talk about that during the break if you want to keep going on that. So thankfully there's actually an easier way to write these simple sort of things, and this is something called short circuit logic. And you're going to see short circuit logic a lot. You're going to see short circuit logic in lots of bash code. It's very common because it's so quick to write, but it might be a little confusing for you. And this is something I actually don't introduce in other languages usually right off the bat, but in bash you need to know it. So what short circuit logic is it's the evaluation of each condition, each check in a row. And the first one that fails causes the evaluation to stop. And because some of those evaluations are returning true or false, 0 or 1, they will, you can actually execute things in a chain. And so as long as everything is executing, it will keep going and the chain will keep going. This is really, really critical for bash because, for example, you do not want to remove a directory if a variable is not set that looks at where that directory is. If you do that, you'll end up deleting your root directory on accident or your home directory on accident. So this is part of validation, and I really suggest you read the section about validation in Schott's book and the book that we've been supposed to be going through. It is actually really well done, and it talks about the really important necessity of validation, particularly for shell scripting. Because if you don't validate that a previous function worked or a previous command call worked, you can actually do some pretty serious things bad to your system, and it will just happily do it because particularly if a variable is not assigned. Okay, but short circuit logic is one way to safeguard your code, and the way you do that is say, look, I am going to go ahead and do this, right? So let's actually put this little bit in here and call it. Let's put that in a function too, since we're having fun with functions now. So let's do d to the end, and we're going to put this in a function. So we have waffles3. Let's add another function. Let's call this fail. Okay, let's say fail on this one. All right, and okay, then fine, just exit, right? So let's do that, and then just use commas. That's not a multi-line lambda. That's one long line lambda. It's a line, people. It's a line. It is a line. Fight me. It's a line. You can't say one thing with a bunch of. If you're talking, yeah, are you talking about on a different physical line in like the text thing after a line return? Yeah, no. Yep. It is 3 lines. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's maybe it's true, but if you have to explain yourself, which you do, then you're already lost me, because everybody knows what I'm talking about in every other language. All right, so do you like pancakes? Okay. So this says, okay, if the answer is yes, then let's go ahead and do, actually we could do this instead. We could actually do the fail. So we can say, if you don't like pancakes, then or fail. All right, so there you go. You could do and. This is and. That means if this is true, then do the next thing. If you do or, it means if this is true, don't do the next thing. If it's false, then do the next thing. And you can chain these up all kinds of ways. I mean, it's unnecessary to do it this way, but you could actually do, so anyway, this is how you could go about it. You can actually chain these whole things together if you really wanted to. And I just found out that there's a ternary operator, so I actually kind of want to try it right now. So the ternary operator says, if this is true, do the first thing, otherwise do the second thing. And normally I don't ever teach the ternary operator, but I'm going to try it. So, or fail. I'm going to try and see if this first one works. Let's go ahead and test that now. So, do you like waffles? Yes. Oh, maybe not. I think, oh, it's arithmetic. Sorry. Okay, never mind. Let's just go back to the way I normally teach it. And do you like pancakes? Okay, so, and then you can say or fail. That's a little bit too much though. Let's see if that one works. All right, so we're gonna do this. Yeah, this is really, really popular. The do all of that mumbo jumbo. Yeah. Yes. All right, so no. Okay then. So there we go. So guess what we can do now? We can delete this line. Do you like let's see. Do you like waffles? Do you like pancakes? So let's do you like waffles? Do you like waffles or fail? All right. If answer equals yes, do you like pancakes or fail? Do you like French toast or fail? So code's getting pretty damn clean now, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? And if we actually really wanted to clean this up even more, I mean, look at how crazy this kid. is a big AND gate. It really is a big AND gate, and that's what we're kind of getting to. So, you know what we could do is it's like if we actually change this, now you're kind of spoiling it, Taftanes. Means you take up more lines as cleaner. Actually, sometimes cleaner code doesn't mean you take up more lines, because why? Because you can actually see the logic and you can zoom in on the logic. I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say that it's easier to understand this code now. You know, it's like, do you like, well, this is what's going to do. Waffles, okay, fail, okay. There's actually one more thing we can do. And what that is we can, instead of returning yes or no, right, looking for the answer, right now what we have is, with a problem with our do you like, is that it reads the answer and it's using a global variable. Okay, and the truth is, this declare answer would normally, we actually forgot to declare it, but let's do this. This is what we're doing. This is the danger of global variables. So we are going to get to a big AND gate, so I'm glad you brought that up. Here it is. So declare answer. We're going to use this global answer, and we're going to say the answer is just blank by default. But that means I'm going to use the answer all over the place. And this is actually kind of a bad practice, because why? Because this is not encapsulated, and we can actually turn this do you like into a true function. So right now it's a subroutine, but let's change it. Warning is strange. Yeah, shell check. Try it on if. That's because we have too many logic gates. Yep. So we're gonna get past that, guys. Don't worry. That's because this probably needs to be grouped. It probably needs to be like this. This is probably what it likes, but I want to get into that right now because we're only going to stay here for like a second. All right. So copy waffles to waffles. I'm just saving the different states of this program with sub. So it's actually not a subroutine anymore. The reason it's a subroutine, and this is why I'm doing this, people. Okay, so this is a subroutine. Why is it a subroutine and not a function? Why is it a procedure and not a function? Tell me why. This is a very important part of this whole lesson. Why is this a subroutine or a procedure and not a function? No return value. What else? It doesn't have a return value. That's the biggest reason. But what else? There's another big thing that's happening. It's depending on stuff outside of itself. It's not encapsulated. Okay? Now we might be tempted. It's reading the answer. And in other words, what this is called. Okay, so the difference between functional programming, or a true function, and a procedure is of course returning a value. Both can return values, by the way, but the single biggest difference, I think, between a procedure and a function is side effects. And the way you can tell is if there are side effects. What are the side effects? The side effects of this are it is manipulating a global variable, which can affect the state of the entire program. And that is not true functional encapsulation. And you're going to hear a lot. I mean, that little thing somebody said about Haskell learning to properly program. The reason that they say that is because Haskell is a pure functional language. There is no such thing as side effects in global state. You have to go out of your way to enable that. And there's actually a lot of advantages of understanding the functional paradigm, even if you don't use it all the time, without declaring answer. And it will. You know why? Because, and that's a little bit insidious, is it not? Because the answer automatically, the default, so this is actually particularly dangerous. The default variable scope is global. That means if you make a new variable down here inside of a subroutine or a function, it's automatically a global. And that is another reason not to teach Bash as a first language. It's the same, by the way, as declaring a var variable in JavaScript. In Python, this is one of the things to Python's credit. If you want to use a global variable in a Python, every variable that's used within a block, within a function, subroutine, whatever, anything in curly brackets in Python, anything within the indentation, anything that only lives inside of that little corralled curly bracket space. But in Bash, the default is global, and that is damn dangerous. And in fact, that you really need to think about that, because that means if you accidentally declare a variable here, right? That means, so watch what happens if I do this. So if I force this answer variable to be local, what's going to happen? Anybody know? Who wants to guess what's going to happen? Something you think is a new variable, right? In Python, they actually force you to put the word global in front to say, I want to use something from the global environment. It's much safer. And in that regard, in that specific regard, Python is very much better than Bash or any of these other languages. Default global scope is one of the biggest fails of a significant language, a language that you're not just throwing together crap to get stuff done. This is why you would never pick Bash for a massive project, but that's not what its goal is. Bash is an interactive, fast to write script, and global variable scope is actually much faster to code because everything's just a global. You can pull it out anywhere, right? If you're just doing it that way. If you're going to make a big project though, you leave Bash to the side, use it for your prototyping, and pick up a nice, solid, strictly typed language like TypeScript or Java or Go or C++. Not Python. Python's better, is safer with variable scope, so Python is definitely a better pick than Bash. But if you're going to pick up, if you need that level of size and safety, you need a serious language. And right now, the preferred serious language is Go for this kind of thing. And we're talking about a language that can be compiled that has actually strict types, and Python doesn't have all of that. Basically, if you need types, you usually always need compilation. Almost always they go together. And that's why Python doesn't do either well. And that's why I don't like it. So Bash is for tiny automation scripts to make your day productive. It is. Okay. So what I'm trying to show you though, but I don't want anybody to go into this thinking, oh, I'm going to use Bash for my next massive project, even though you're going to see next week that I use Bash for my massive project because it's a prototype. So my build script that builds out all of rwx.gg is a massive Bash script that it's actually only 30 lines, but it's a Bash script that I keep tweaking on. Why? Because I'm prototyping. Prototyping is a fantastic way to get all of the stuff that you want to work and organize how it's going to work. And then when you're ready with that, then you go turn to another language like Go and you implement the entire thing in Go or a nice strict type language. So prototyping is fantastic in Bash. It's also fantastic in Python. Python is a wonderful prototyping language. It's no longer a global. Type declarations as well. Oh, wow. Great. All right. So, so it is no longer a global is the answer. Used to have, don't reach for Python if you want to do anything with functional programming. It's not designed for it. JavaScript is a better functional, and by the way, languages that allow functional programming and procedural or imperative programming, that kind of thing, they're usually called hybrids. And these days you almost always want a hybrid language, almost always. There are very specific reasons to do functional, like Erlang, and those kinds of languages, Haskell, because they're really fast. Functional languages are much easier to test, and they tend to be wicked fast because there's not a lot of side effects and extra stuff going on. All right, so let's actually go back to what we're doing. So waffles, we see, do you like waffles? Yes. Why did my thing fail? So look at my code really carefully, and I want you to tell me why it failed. All right. So someone tell me why it failed. Yep. So why did do you like waffles fail? It tested right here. This test right here made it fail. That test failed. Why did it fail? Remember, I changed and I put declare answer inside of here. So this now failed, right? Now, the reason that failed is because I declared answer inside of this block, and Bash has block scoped variables. Put that in your notes. Bash has block scoped variables when you declare them. Otherwise, they're global. And the reason for that is because POSIX shell does not have block scoped variables at all. So if your shell script becomes more complicated than a few lines of POSIX shell code, You absolutely want bash because you don't even have local variables in POSIX shell. This is the number one reason that I suggest you write code in bash and use declare for everything, because it will make you think about safe coding, and say it is terrifying. And if you want to see absolutely terrifying shell code, go back and look at some of the early Unix code that used an environment variable called all caps return_var, and that people would set a global variable in each function, and that's how they would return data. Does that just not make your skin crawl? They actually did that. It's a very popular way to return variables. Every one of them changes it differently. There's no way you can do asynchronous programming that way. It's impossible because of the conflicts. So the reason that you should reach for bash, one of the biggest reasons of all, is variable scoping. So yeah, it defaults to global. Who cares? Make sure you put your declares in there so you know what's going on. Yeah, that's how it evolved. And that's why. Okay. So how do we fix this? Well, we're going to make this into an actual, variable. I mean, an actual function. This is a true function. Right now it's a subroutine, but we're going to make it into declare a true function. So a true function means it does not, the function keyword gets used for subroutines all the time. But now you know the difference. Okay. So declare a true function. Well, the first thing about a true function is that it has to return 0 or 1. And that's, it has to return an integer. It can be a signed integer, but it has to be an integer. That is a requirement for all functions in bash. Other languages let you return strings and characters and multiple strings and arrays and lists and all sorts of stuff. Not bash. Shell lets you return one thing. An integer, a whole number, plus or minus whole number. And returning 0 means that the function or the command was successful. Returning anything else means that it failed, including negatives. Okay, that's important because some languages use negative to indicate failure. But -1 is generally general failure. Positive, like 1, 2, 3, 4 return values generally mean failure that can be explained by knowing what the number is. Okay, so that's what you're going to do here. So we're going to actually, instead of returning answer, well, really all we want to know is whether it's yes or no, right? So guess what we can do? This, by the way, why is this thing just hanging out? Nobody cares about yes. Who cares about yes? Nobody cares about yes except for the do you like function. So we'll put that variable in do you like. So this variable is now declared as a constant inside of the do you like function. It only lives inside of the function. Nobody else cares about it. That is called encapsulation. Encapsulation is hiding something away from everything else in order to simplify and, to factor it out. Okay, so then we declare this answer variable. Well, the truth is we don't even really need that anymore, do we? Right? Because why? What is the answer? We were testing the answer about yes and no and all that jazz, right? This complicated piece of stuff here, well, we can actually factor that out too. Let's do that. So let's delete, I'm going to just split my line so I can delete it easier. So let's go put this in here. So we know we have this, do you like this? And then we read the answer. And then what do? Now this is going to blow your mind. We could do this. I'm just showing the point here. Don't, overreact. So if it equals yes, then return 0. Else return -1 or 1 or whatever. Okay. We'll just return -1. I generally return 1 or -1 for failure. But I'm going to show you there's actually an easier way to do this. Okay, so, and I'd indent the body of waffles. It is indented, but it's not indented a lot. It's only indented 2 spaces. I only have 2 space indent because I have lots of panes running. Sorry, if you want to do 4 space indent or 6 space, which is more common in shell scripts, that's fine. That's a stylistic thing, by the way, people. Return doesn't end your program. This is true. So it says return 1. Now this is too much here, but now what we can do is this. But we need to say something. We need to change this here. So instead of it saying, do you like waffles or fail? Well, we actually can do that now. We say, do you like pancakes or fail? And now we can say, do you like French toast or fail? All right. Now this is where somebody spoiled the answer. Wait till you see this program when it's finished. It's going to get pretty damn weird. So This is going to be tough though, because why? We don't have an answer anymore, right? So what's going to go on with that? That's going to be interesting. Do you like French toast or fail? No, we could say, so let's see, what else can we do? We could say, let's change this to an, well, we don't even need the fail. Actually, we can get rid of this, right? We can get rid of all of this now. Because you remember we talked about blue sky a couple days ago? And we don't even need an exit 1 down here anymore. Why? Because we're just going to run waffles. Clear the screen, do waffles, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so yesterday. So here we go. I mean, this, I know it's longer, but it's a little bit simpler, right? So do you like waffles or fail? Do you like pancakes or fail? Do you like French toast or fail? So let's just make sure this all works. Now, why is this working? Because why? Because it's returning 0 or 1, right? But here's the interesting thing. I want to show you this. Okay, so let's actually just first test this code, and then I'm going to do we're going to do a couple more refactors, and you won't believe how simple this gets. So we're going to do you like waffles? Yes. Do you like pancakes? Yes. Do you like French toast? Yes. All right, let's test the bad. Yes. No. All right. Well, do you like waffles? No. Okay, so we have this whole short circuit thing. All right, so and then we're going to get to the AND gate. So so what we have here is, now we can do, so that all works. I'm going to save off this copy of it because this is a kind of a checkpoint, but we're simplifying. What I'm trying to get you to see is that eventually you're going to see this end result just by looking at it, like some of our friends have noticed, rather than seeing all of the process I came to get to it. So in addition to teaching you about all these, logic and conditions, I'm hoping that you'll start to see the patterns, and now those are the computer science-y kinds of things, when you start to see that it's just a big AND gate. So copy waffles with sub. We're going to say waffles with sub return. Actually, waffles with func. And so that has functions in it. Okay. Now here's the thing that you need to know about conditions. What is a condition? Okay, I'm going to teach you about this over here. So, and the other really great thing about Bash is you can actually test it anytime on the shell, which is actually, there's pluses and minuses to learning Bash as the first language, which is a good plus. So let's do this. I want to get through this. So I'm burning right through my break. I'm sorry, but I want to really get through this project, and I think this will pretty much cover it for now. So now we have this this idea of a condition, which So let's do this. Let's say yes. Let's see. Answer equals yes. All right. And we've defined this, so now I can echo $answer. Again, it's just live interactive programming. And now what? So if I do this, I was going to do the test operator, but we're not actually going to make it through that, I'm afraid. So if I do answer equals, we're doing a simple version of it, but you get the point. I don't even need that. So if the answer equals yes, and then echo, you remember what dollar question mark is? Well, as long as it returns, you can get in trouble with it because you have to make sure it returns properly. So guys, see this? So answer equals yes returns true. Answer equals yes returns 1. So this is what I really want you to put in your notes right now, is that dollar question mark is a very important special variable in Bash. It means the last return code, and it is an integer. It's not. Okay, the other one, the number of arguments is $#. So make a section in your notes that says special Bash variables. Okay, we have $1, $2, $3, $4. Okay, we have $number. What is $number? $number is the number of arguments. It's how many you have. Okay, that means how many do I have? Do I have 1, 2, 3, 4? And then we have this one, which is super important. Dollar question mark, which is the last return value integer. So it's either 0 or 1 or -1 or 10 or whatever. But what I'm showing you here is that, in fact, the in Bash, the double brackets are a command. Okay, they are a command. And in early POSIX, as somebody already mentioned, the single bracket, single POSIX version, which we'll get to, is actually a command. In fact, you can see it on the system. It is a command. It's an actual thing you can run. Bash has changed that and added 2 brackets, but the effect is the same. It is a command. So this condition is a command. And I know that's a little weird, but because, you know, that is not like other languages, but it's a command. And that's why you have $? But here's why this is important. Because you see that the value here is 0, right? It's either 0 or 1, right? Well, can you see here? What are we returning? Return 0, return 1. Can somebody give me a hint about how I can get rid of all of these lines and change them into one line? How can I get rid of lines 21 through 25? What can I replace them with? This is a waste of space. If you did this on a test, they would laugh at you. Because it's like, why are you writing all that out? Anybody dare change? Tell me what's going on here. So what do we know? We know that a condition already returns 0 or a 1. You don't even need the ternary operator. Don't even need that. So this is saying, if this condition is true, return 0. But what is true? All right, I'm going to go ahead and do it since it's kind of quiet. And I want you to really think about why this works. Everything on the screen is there for you. Yep, not even return answer, just this. Yep, almost. Yep. Now we just need to do that. Okay. And that should work, I think. Let me check and make sure I'm not telling you wrong. It's some form of that, if it's not that. Oh, God. Actually, I'm going to need to use the test operator. I taught you wrong. It doesn't need negation. Oh, God damn it. You know what? I'm getting burned by the POSIX thing right now. This is, you could do it as a backtick, but that's not going to do it. Actually, I think we can just do, how's it going? Return to dust. This is defeating me because I'm getting mixed. I'm getting the POSIX is mixed in my head with the Python and the other stuff. So we just need, this is the return value, and you can use it with the test environment variable too. So I don't want to do this yet, but I'm afraid. Okay, bear with me. Pretend like I'm not watching. This is Bash killing me. I'm almost positive this will work. Yes. Nope. Test numeric required. Okay, then. God damn it. I was afraid of this. So I guess I do have to actually do it. I didn't want to do that, though. I didn't want to do that. Never mind. I feel really defeated. There's got to be a way to do that I'm totally missing, because I know this is the thing, but I didn't do it in advance. So we'll just do return 0 then, I guess. We can't do, here's why I'm struggling, because we can't introduce the arithmetic expressions yet, because we haven't done that yet. So I guess pretend I didn't say anything. This is redundant. But there is another way to do this, and you would never do this in another language. You would just return the condition evaluation. It must be time for me to take a break. Can anybody figure that out? No, and no, it's not actually. So in shell scripting, true is 0 and false is 1. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I have to look this up because this is a Bashism. I mean, I know how to do this in POSIX because we just use a test operator, which I didn't introduce yet. Because I'm trying to keep you, the reason I'm struggling is I'm trying to keep you away from the POSIX operators in the test function at this time. Shell scripting values return just for error codes and 0. Really just for error codes and 0. Well, that's why we need it, guys. Because look, down here, if we were going to finish our short circuit logic, we need it. It might be that I have to introduce you to the test operator right now, which I really didn't want to do, because the test operator doesn't have regular expression matching. Yeah. Are return codes and arithmetic values treated differently in Boolean contexts? No. As long as they're integers, there are no Booleans in shell. No such thing. There are integers, and then but the default 0 return value is considered true when it comes to the others. So there's 0 and 1. So what I'm going to go look up right now, I'm sorry for having to do this. It's like, how do we return a regular expression condition in Bash? So I know this can be done in POSIX, but we're getting tripped up because of the combination of regular expression with the thing. So Bash scripting if statements. Requested block. That's not it. Regular expressions. Yep, there we go. Echo digits. Yeah, I don't want that though. I just want to return the value. If it, oh my God, it can't be that easy. It can't be that easy. I feel so stupid. All right. Oh my God. Why didn't I notice that? That's all it is. So I'm so glad that happened. Why does that work? And it's actually, oh, I feel foolish that I didn't think of that, because I even used it to demonstrate. Aren't you laughing at me now, Cozy? Look at that. That's exactly what I wrote, and I just, yeah. So yeah, you just need to return whatever the return value was. Line 21 is setting the return value. Yes, because it's the last. Remember, I even made a big point about the condition being a command that has a return value. So the last return value was that, and then we can just return whatever that value is. I don't know. I'm really tired because I literally led up to that conclusion and then blew it. So there you go. Now you know what I'm really glad, even if I had to fail there, I'm glad that was a very incremental progression of the learning to talking about this variable. So we can just return that. 22. You want to see if it's a default return value? I don't think it is. I hope it is. That would be great. I would love to be right on that. Wait a second. You know what? That's true, because the last line becomes the last return value. Yes. There you go. You don't even need to return it. You don't even need to return it because it is the last line. I forgot about thank you for that, standard error. I forgot that bash functions automatically return the last line. Did you say it 1,000 years ago? Well, just keep trying. You'll get it. I mean, look, I can't teach it that way because they'll be like, what's going on, right? Because it returns 0 or 1. So I think this progression is better, and this has been a really rough way to do it. But I actually know how to teach the short circuit. So let's finish the short circuit thing. Watch how simple this whole code is going to get. So now we can go down here. Do you like waffles? Fail, 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 right? Well, here comes the really amazing part. We can actually say, do you like waffles? Yes. So instead of or fail, wait, are we going to be able to do that? Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. It's going to be a little bit, the fail is going to be a little different. So let me try this. I'm a little rusty. So do you like waffles and do you like pancakes? Ternary nesting. I know that's what so I'm trying to avoid it. Again, you guys are beginners here. And I'm struggling to teach this new language to beginner. I mean, this is a language, my favorite language of all. and I'm a little nervous teaching it like this, but we'll do it. So, and do you like pancakes? And this is a line continuation. And do you like French toast? Or fail. The problem is, what happens if this one fails? If this one fails, so there's a problem here with our stuff, right? So so what we actually have to do here, if we're going to make this work, is we need to put, oh yeah, thanks. But we actually have to group all of these. Let me make sure. Let's actually show you what happens if we don't. Can't forget those spaces. Oh, see that? If you don't have, watch, colon set list. If something's not going right, here's a good way for you to see if you have an extra space. You cannot have a space after a / line continuation. And it's actually showing me that because of the red syntax highlighting. But if you didn't see that and you thought something might be wrong, you can do colon set list to turn that on. And if you have this line here, we talked about this already, but I'm going to just give it to you again. MRC. Do you like pina coladas? Yes. Do you like? The thing is, I do like yoga, so I would not be able to use that example. So this is why you need to change these if you don't want the other ones. So I'm going to send these to you. So there's those lines. Put those lines in your Bash RC, and you'll have a happy day. I mean, in your vimrc. And so we're going to delete that. So, but this is actually, and do this is set no list. If you want to turn it off, you can map a function key, which I've done, but it's too much trouble. So here we go. I'm going to run it again. This is going to fail. Now, why is it? I mean, not fail in the right way. This is going to fail in the code doesn't work way. This is a logic error. All right, there's lots of different errors. There's syntax errors. That means you type something wrong. William Schutz talks about this in part 4. Make sure you read it. But this is called a logic error, and theirs are more insidious because there's nothing in the code that's going to tell you it's wrong. You have to test it. Required like a okay. So here we go. So do you like waffles? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Well, it seems to work when all the answers are yes, but is it going to work when all the answers are no? Let's try. So the first answer is no. Okay then. That worked. All right. Let's try this one. Yes, no. That one worked. Okay, let's try the next one. Maybe it is going to work. Let's try yes, yes, no. Okay then. And 8 test cases. Yeah, you'd have to have all the test cases. So this logic gate actually does work, and it checks everything, and then it does a fail. Now that might actually be flagged as an error because let's actually go through it. So if the first one is true, that means it continues and evaluates the next one, which is true. Actually, let me do this again. Yeah. Yes, no. You know what? I think the ands have a. I think they have different priority and evaluation. I think that's what's getting us around not having the parentheses. This is a bashism, which I really like. Okay, so all right, so we do yes. All right, so yes, and it says, so this is yes. It says, okay, if that's true, and then do this one next. So it's true, so it keeps asking the question. So the next one, is this one true? And it says, yes, does it like pancakes? Yes. Okay. And it says, okay, next one, do you like French toast? Yes. Okay. And then it says that, and then or fail. But because this was true, that means or fail doesn't get operated, and it cancels out after that and continues execution, which does the whole thing. Okay. Now what I find fascinating is that it's doing some logical grouping that I think is not that other languages don't do. Is it order of precedence? I am almost positive it's order of precedence, and that's why I'm a little bit struggling with teaching it this way, because this is if you do this in a language that has a different order of precedence, it would not work. Okay, so what you can think of is you can logically in your brain, you should, which is where logic happens, right? You should be thinking of it as if all of these things are grouped together. Okay, because that's actually how it's happening, and And that means that if any one of these things fails, then it fails. The reason it's working without the parentheses is because of something called order of precedence, which is a little too deep to get into right now. What that means is that the or probably the and has more precedence, or the or has higher precedence than and. I should probably look that up. But that's what's causing it to behave properly. If it didn't have that, and it would not. You would need to force order of precedence or order of operations with parentheses, which is parentheses all about. If you've been in math class, you know about that. And let's actually make sure this works. Yes. In fact, I feel much more comfortable doing forcing order of operations in this case, even though the other one did work. But it's good to know. So no, okay then. Yes, no. Okay. Yes. These are parentheses work on multiliners. Looks like they do. I don't know why they wouldn't. So, yes, so that works. I'm actually going to leave the parentheses in because it just makes me feel happier. So, these things are being grouped together. It obviously it's cleaner to do it it looks cleaner to do it like that. But this is a more accurate depiction of what's happening. And so let's go ahead and put that in there. That means if any one of those things is not true, then fail. So short circuit operator, big one there. Again, you could do that just using a logic gate. But it goes through them sequentially. Yeah, it does go through them sequentially. So, yep. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we leave it or should we not? Only in theory, because the script would stop evaluating. Yeah, it would. You'd have to. What it would do is you'd have to have it, because there's no true or false coming out of this, right? Actually, if you really want to simplify it, I know this is crazy. It's like likes all. I mean, if you want to simplify it, I mean, this is overkill at this point, but fine. So you could just do this. Do you like waffles? And do you like French toast? And so if they like everything, they like it all. And do you like pancakes? And it likes all. So you could say likes all or fail. How about that? That's a little bit. I mean, it's clear to read, but I mean, it's really up to you. And then it says do to get away from mouth. So I mean, I kind of like that way better because it's like nice and easy to read. And you know, it's code is what they say 80% of the code is most of the time you're going to be reading code and not be writing code. This is super easy to understand. And the reason is cognitively, you can like jump right to the individual things. It's like, you know, factoring it all into its little pieces. Yes, it's a lot longer. There's a lot more white space, but it's not a big string of spaghetti. And particularly with Bash and Perl and languages that are hard to see, languages that are hard to read and you know, Grok, just do an amazing if statement and then we're all done, right? So that you could have done this whole thing as one big 600 line file. And it's funny because I'm going to pick on Ethan for a bit. The guy who made CPIC, you know, you guys see me using CPIC, right? This wonderful thing that's letting you pick your colors and print them out and everything. This, the first iteration of that amazing program is a 600 line function. Okay, this first iteration of that was a 600 line function. Is that the best way to write that code? I don't know. You know, I don't think so. Most of the time, if your functions are getting, according to Linus Torvalds in his kernel styles guide, he talks about extending beyond. You know, if you get more than two or three screenfuls of code, you've got a problem. You either reach for another file. When I was working at IBM, there was this hypervisor integration code for it was for a VMware tool, and it was this Perl program that was 2,000 lines long. was this massive single file. It was 2,000 lines. There was no module creation. It was this huge function, and it was impossible to follow. Spaghetti code kills, people. rwx.gg/terms/spaghetti for the gory details. That is actually true. A NASA engineer declared that Toyota Camry killed people because of spaghetti code. So the moral of the story here is, yes, it's a little bit more, but which one do you want, right? And so this is actually what I would call CPIC. I do not have a link for it because it's not ready yet. Sorry. It's in alpha stage. It's actually it's in his Go repo. It's in his Go repo. I'm going to have a big unveiling of CPIC here pretty soon. I actually meet with Ethan at 3, and we're going to wrap up the rest of that and do all this stuff. I'm actually kind of finished for today. This is the main one that we were doing. Yeah. So I'm going to give you a copy of this finished project. This is how I would write waffles. I feel like we've learned a lot, and without going too deep into the weeds, if you discount all the color stuff that we did. And we've learned a lot of the basics. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if we even need to do more than that before moving on with our Bash RC stuff. So, we've got the normal process would have us learning a bunch of other stuff. Let me go check and see what our stuff is. So we have, oh yeah, here we go. Quit, exit, yep. So spaghetti tastes better than VMs, yes. Exit here. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of happy with how waffles turned out, because I feel like the progression is really solid, so that it doesn't jump around too much, and that you end up learning about Boolean logic and all this stuff. And the entire purpose of waffles is for you to understand logic. Okay, so with the remaining time, I actually remembered something I do want to tell you. In this lesson, I have to introduce POSIX logic. And refer to it. I'm not going to cover it in the boost, but I want to make sure you understand that it exists, because you're going to see it a lot. And what Boolean and so all of that is related to the test operator. So I am not going to do anything with the test operator in the boost. There's no project for this, but I do want to introduce you to the test operator. Okay, so if the test operator, if you do man test, you can read all about this. This is one man page you will pull up all the time, because these expressions can be tested if you use a single bracket. And the reason that this bracket is colored and this one isn't is because this bracket right here is an argument that's passed to the left bracket, which is a actual command. So which left bracket? Okay. And why do you care? So there is a number of things that you can use test for that you cannot use the double bracket for. I think. In fact, I'm going to test that right now. I want to make sure I don't lie to you. So for example, if I want to test whether a file exists. So the reason I just want you to know about the test thing is because we talked about we haven't done arithmetic expansion. Thank God. I'm glad we saved ourselves from that. We're going to cover it. We're going to cover arithmetic expansion later. And I'm going to have to bleed. Next week, I'm going to have to still do a little bit of coding, because we have to do arithmetic expansion. And we have to do arithmetic expansion. We have to do arrays. We have to do associative arrays. Those have to be covered. And so I might have to push some of my knowledge stuff out next week. It is like file and diff combined. Yes. So, well, not kind of. So here's the thing. If I want to check, so the test operator, whoops. So the test command, which you can do as the word test, which is why, by the way, you should never, ever name a file or a directory test, because it conflicts with a command. There's actually a command. It's a very important command for testing conditions, testing checks and stuff like that. So here is the syntax of it. So it is different, and this is why I didn't want to tell it to you before. -A will tell you that this and this are true. So -A, and I'm going to make a sheet on this, is the same as and. -O is the same as bar for or. -N means that the length of a string is non-zero. To use test over what? No, sometimes it's just easier to write. That's really the only reason. They're exactly the same. So, let's see. Yeah, I thought it might have been a symlink. Oh, whoops. Sorry. So it's not a symlink. Apparently it's an actual thing. So yeah, you need to close the thing. Okay. And this is the most common problem with this is forgetting to put the space. I do it constantly. So if you forget to put this white space here, you're in big trouble. So this is the POSIX one, but the reason I have to introduce it to you is because this is the only way to test for things that are not comparisons. And the test function is a huge part of Bash. And so for example, they're not the same size. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. So here you go. -Z says test that the length of a string is 0. Look at this. Strings are not equal. Now we had somebody use the equality operator, and this really scares me. This is one of the very few places where the equal sign is used for equality. And I really am not going to teach this in the Bash Boost because this seriously confuses people later. When they go to use the equal sign to test equality in any other language, it'll do assignment and it will return true. And it will not do anything like what they want, but it also will not give them an error. So I will not teach a single equal sign for equality. That will screw up every beginner out there. Okay, just know that this actually tests a string, and -EQ tests an integer versus an integer. And the reason I taught you the Bashisms first is because when you learn the Bashisms, you come back to the POSIX ones and go, what the is this? Okay, yes, if it's a string. So the true statement is that the equal sign tests the equality of two strings in POSIX tests, whereas equals tests the equality of two strings or the equality of an integer in Bash. It takes care of the typing for you like every other language. Is the reason my display is and then I look up it's, I believe I'm kind of worried. I don't know about that one from MotorStack. Let's see, my command is displaying. Yeah, you definitely can. Reset my command prompt. Maybe just return or something. So the compulsory white space is because of, yes, exactly. You got it. You got it. Being a command. Yeah, that is why you have, and it's also why, and so Bash didn't have to do that, but it followed on that compulsory white space idea because it was already a part of POSIX. As the last argument to command. That's exactly what you're doing. Yep. And so it's completely different. And can you see why this could be really confusing to a beginner? So this, at most, the use of this testing is going to be like an appendix to, you know, the use of conditions in Bash with double brackets. And then I'll introduce, okay, now here's all the esoteric weird stuff that Bash has inherited. Because some of this esoteric weird stuff is actually really useful. For example, so, you know, here we go. Here's actually some things that are super useful. Use these all the time as when you're hacking, like testing the existence of a file, testing that the file is a directory, testing that block special devices exist. All of these little hashtags, by the way, this is an area where Bash destroys Python and Go. Because why? You can use one little operator to do a check for something that you're going to use all the time. To do this, you'd have to know the right library to import. Then you have to call the 10-letter function to get the file type, and then you'd have to examine the info on that particular private file. Anybody who's worked with any language that's trying to examine the properties of a file or directory will know the pain of doing that compared to 2 letters and some brackets. It's like really great. So this is why I absolutely feel like you need to know the test operator, or the test things that are here, including whether it's a text file. They'll even check whether the file has got executable permission. All this stuff. So these are fantastic checks. You're going to be looking at man test a lot. But what I want to test right now is whether the double brackets have incorporated the test functions, and I'm almost positive that they do. So let's test that right now. So let's do this. So let's test for the existence of the waffles file. So 2 brackets though. I mean, the actual way we know that it does it is 1 bracket. So we'll do -z. This is where these come from, waffles, right? And then we'll echo the return value and see whether it's $0 or $1. Okay, we say, oh, duh, bad me. So, okay, so that says that the Z means empty. I need to do E for existing file. Okay, let's see if it's a text file. I think it's T. Yep. Is it executable? Let's check that. X. Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. So, we're going to do -X. So is that, which one is it? So let's do -E is a really common one. That means it exists, I'm pretty sure. Again, I have to look these up every single time. -E. Okay, exists. Here we go. File exists and is a block special device. File exists and is a directory. -E file exists, period. File exists and is a regular file. Where's the one that checks executable? Okay, X is executable or search permission is granted. That's a directory. So let's do -X. Let's say, is it a file? Is it an executable file? Let's check. Oops, clear. So we're going to check whether it's an executable file. So X waffles is X. Okay, so waffles is executable. Let's make a file that's not. Touch blah. Now let's check and see if blah, what it gives us. Blah should be is a 1. Let's do something else. Okay, it's also a 1. Doesn't tell it it's not exists. It just tells us it's executable. So we're going to do say, does it exist? Yes, Mac is stupid crom. We're not going to talk about that. Okay, so we're going to do -E. Does blah exist? No, blah does not exist. Does blah exist? Yes. Okay, does blah exist and it's executable? No. Okay, so these are all useful information. Now, can we do all the same things using the double brackets? Oh wait, before we do double brackets, let's do this test. So you can do the whole thing using just the test operator, right? Same exact thing. Yeah, the X blah. So let's do X waffles. X waffles. Okay, we have waffles is executable. Yes. How about this? Nope, that's not there. So you can see you can do the test thing, right? Now let's see if we can do it using the new bash operators. Does that work? Same results. Let's see. Yes. Okay, waffles. Yes. Okay, let's do -E. Yes. Let's do blah. Does blah exist? Yes. Is blah executable? No. All right. So really popular though. Let me tell you another one that's super popular. Okay. The number one reason that you're going to use this is for checking answers. So we're going to say this. We're going to say, let me give you a really practical example. Which ls? So which ls does not return if there's not a thing? There's no LL, right? So why do we care? Because this. Watch, I can do -Z is so important. I use it constantly. And I say, is there a which ls? What's the answer going to be, people? What's it going to be? Is there an ls? So I want to make sure there's an ls. N is the opposite of Z. Z says, is this string empty? N says, does this string have something in it? So this says, do I have an ls? Yes. Do I have an LL? No. Is LL defined? Nope. How many of you got the alias LL defined? All right. How many of you have LL defined as the alias? You guys all have it. Almost all of you. I removed mine, but let me add it. So alias LL equals ls-al or something. Okay, so now I do LL. It's an alias, right? All right, so watch. So here's something though. So watch this though, and I want you to for lowcat versions. All right, so it says which LL. So you seeing this? I want you to take very close raid. Okay, I got to finish up though. How's it going, guys? So here's hey Akari, good to see you guys. So Chris, you're coming just as I'm taking off. Oh my God, it's good to see you, Chris. I figured out who you were. You know, you mentioned the Manjaro. The Manjaro video that you made, and I have mentioned that video at least 10 times on my channel as further evidence to back me up about hating Manjaro. And I just kind of skipped. I actually read through the chat because I realized who you were. I was looking at one of your videos and go, oh wait, this is the guy who's been doing all these videos. I'm not a big YouTube watcher, but anyway, I just thought it was funny that it's you, because I was sharing your pain, because I had gotten totally beat up by the Manjaro forum for saying, why are all these kids that I taught Manjaro to, they're all running Manjaro, why are their machines all black and they're like, you know, literally bricked with like a flashing prompt because they clicked on the graphic upgrade, and that during that particular upgrade, you might remember. Well, this is the thing. The whole forum was telling me, everybody in the forum was telling me, they were telling me, well, it sucks to be you. This is Arch, dumbass. Right. They all told me to use the TTY. I am helping 10-year-olds run Manjaro. I picked Manjaro because I thought, oh, hey, here's Arch for noobs. It's like Pop! OS for Arch. Wrong. Manjaro is still Arch. Don't let anyone ever tell you differently, because when you go to the forums, because you did the happy pretty GUI to do the upgrade like you would do in Pop! OS and not even sweat, when you go to do that, you're going to get beat down by the Arch community. So, you noob, you should use a TTY. What's a pseudo TTY? I don't know what that is. Mr. Rob, people are yelling at me on the Manjaro forum. They're beating me up. That was my mistake. My mistake was I trusted Manjaro's shilling marketing crap. I trusted it. And then they bricked every one of my lab machines, and they had kids practically crying because their Linux machines didn't work anymore. And I was like, oh, cool. It's like an Ubuntu Arch that these 10 and 12 and 9-year-olds can use, 10 and 11-year-olds, that they can use with no problem. Wrong. Well, you know, the thing that made me mad is that they just looked the other way. If you look through the forums were filled with people like panicked because they just clicked on upgrade, and now they're getting beat up in the forum. And that was when I didn't want anything to do with that community again, because they weren't truly welcoming to beginners. They were just regular Arch people, and I was like, oh my God, they're actually still Arch people. Yeah, I know. I will use a bunch of servers GFS. Yeah. Dude, it's Manjaro. Okay, so here's my mistake. Arch folks dress like sheep. Exactly. Oh, Chris, that you just nailed it. That you just totally nailed it. Because they seriously lulled me into this false sense of security. Hey, we have this vetted AUR for you. It's all nice and safe. We're not going to troll you. We're not going to put 10 versions of Minecraft in the AUR for you to download and get viruses from. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, we're safe. Yeah, we're a great distro. Come use us. We take care of you. We protect you from the AUR. Bullshit! I call bullshit. It's dangerous old Arch, all just like all the other ones. And if they hadn't tricked me into thinking it was Pop! OS, I would never have recommended it to all these beginners, including the kernel. Yeah. You make sure you go ArchWiki and check the AOR and make sure the package isn't out of date. Like I'm going to tell a 10-year-old that. No way. I honestly thought Manjaro was an upgrade from Ubuntu or Mint. Linux Mint, of course. Otherwise, yeah, completely. Oh God, I know this, right? The thing that really triggered me is I know that stuff. And I was like, so I had these Arch people telling me, like talking down to me, and I'm like, I've been talking down to assholes like you before you were born. I made my own distro. I was Slackware. I was Mock Linux on a PowerPC. So don't tell me how to build my own Linux kernel. I know how to do it. You just sold me a bunch of shit that said that these kids can do it on their own by clicking the upgrade thing, and you lied. So that was where I got really triggered. Gangsta talk. I know. I was like, yeah, because they were telling me they you know, it's like, don't tell. They were trying to explain to me how to do it. I'm like, dude, I can talk down like the best of you. I mean, you seriously. You want me to, that's good to have you. I love having you come on in, throwing down on my jaw. You know what? You know, there, Brian Cantrell, you know, the CTO of Joyent, and now he started Oxide Computing. He has a thing where he goes, you know, I coded in C#, C++, and I had a good time and did it. You know, so it's like an old girlfriend. And I absolutely love this video. If you ever watch this, it's like, he talks about this. This is one of my, oh God, you don't want to see it. So Brian, I love Brian Cantrell. He's one of the most entertaining people to ever watch. You should go watch his video about should Rust be used for the operating system. It's just it's basically stand-up comedy for technologists. And there's a section in there where he goes, you know, I gave up C++ in college. I moved on. I'm writing in C now. And it's like, I have people come up to me and they tell me, you know, C++ is awesome. It's changed. We fixed all those things. He's like, you know what? That's great. I'm happy for C++. And it's like a bad girlfriend. He goes, but you know what? You know, C++ is like an old girlfriend and she threw all my shit in the street. So I'm happy for her. I'm glad she's having a good life, but it's just not going to go back. That's exactly how I feel about Manjaro. Every time I see it, it triggers me so hard because of that one experience that even though it's probably a wonderful distro, and I have a lot of friends, and there's actually a guy who's got his own, just got a full year paid internship, and he's been using Manjaro, somebody that I helped mentor. But I just can't do it. I can't go back. So I'm building vanilla Arch from scratch in a Docker container that I keep committing for CTF kinds of things, and I really love it. It's been fun. It's been a lot of Slackware like things. I realize how noob I am at even doing things like making my own partitions. Yeah. So vanilla Arch for the win. That's what I'm going to do. But I'm going to do it I'm doing it as a container. And because I just want to be able to fire it up and, you know, run my VM in it and stuff like that, and then just run my VPN in it. Sorry. Yeah, Debian was my favorite before I found Arch in 2010. Yeah, Debian's good. And look, I just got to understand, I deal with beginners all the time, and I know Chris probably understands this because he's teaching beginners too. But these days I just cheat and use Arch. Oh, I don't know about that. What is that? Archfi and Ubuntu sucks. The RPM fast installer. Don't know about that. I'm not clued in enough on that. I spend way too much time using Debian-based distros because I work with beginners so much. And you know, I still maintain that it's a very rare beginner who you can throw Arch at first. They exist, but you know, TUI installer for Arch. Yes, I'm using that. Oh, so that's what Archfi is? Nice. Yeah, I'll have to go look at that. Arch Linux fast install. Well, okay, so part of the reason that I like using vanilla Arch is because it's a really great way to introduce people to, you know, old school computer building, you know, Linux operating system. And that's, again, focused on helping people learn. Building your own Linux Arch with vanilla is extremely educational. And DistroTube, I think he said that too. Somebody mentioned that too. I love installing Arch manually through Chris Stack. Yeah, have him take you through it. Arch Labs is the same as Archvi, but is more appealing. Well, I tell you, the reason that the reason I started really missing Arch. Where did my music go? I need more cyber. Need more cyber. I need more happy cyber. The reason I liked Arch, so the reason I really went back to doing Arch is because I tried to rebuild WeChat, and I all of a sudden got all of the back level packages and everything, and I was updating packages and libraries that were missing, installing dev versions and SRC versions of the packages, and I was like, oh my god, I bet this would be so much easier in Arch. And that really, so I'm actually building part of the vanilla. Distros don't matter, that's what people say. Yeah, if you're gonna like do development, there's nothing like popping up like the software on Mint is incredibly old. It's ancient. It's like super ancient, and I'm running Mint right now. Pop! OS though, Pop! OS is not completely. You know what? Okay, so here's something. This actually happened 2 days ago. It's downstream. Yeah, that's a better way to say this. So, but what I want to talk about. So, so 2 days ago, I had a brand new person that I'm mentoring. I think he's 16, maybe 15. Anyway, he found this old MacBook Pro from 2016. Okay, he found this old MacBook Pro just sitting there, not being used. And he flashed using Blender Etcher, which I recommend everybody says, use DD. No, that's the arch answer. I'm talking to beginners. Use Blender Etcher. It's consistent and has checksum validation. How many of you actually validate your images after you use DD to make your ISOs? Nobody. How many of you actually been burned by it because it didn't burn the whole thing and it left out half of it and you had to go back and redo the whole thing? This is why I recommend Blender Etcher to people. People are like, why do you do that's like Electron? It's blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you know what? It's consistent. It runs the same way on every operating system, and it doesn't give me crap because it actually validates my checksums. So anyway, DD is fun and great. If once you know it, etchers, my DD etchers never fail. Of course they don't. Bullshit. Such bullshit. Have you ever validated your etches with DD? Have you ever actually run your image versus a checksum? Bet you haven't. I didn't. Lots of people don't. Yeah, you can do DD. You can do set your progress. Still, have you ever checked it? Yes. Don't forget to sync. Oh God, if you forget, anybody ever done that? Anybody with DD ever like turned it all the way up to like, I think I can turn this up to 512 megabytes. Oh my God, it's finished already. But it's actually not finished. It's not finished. And if you haven't done sync properly, that's such a noob DD mistake, but we all make it because nobody tells you not to do that, except for Chris Titus Tech probably tells you. But I've never had a single issue with DD ever. Have you ever actually checked that the thing that's on the ISO is what you use DD to make? Uses Z Shell. I know he uses Z Shell, and I think Z Shell is a piece of shit. So what? I think Z Shell is bad for humanity. Do I think Chris is a bad person for using Z Shell? No, I don't. And I took out my lines about script kiddies using Z Shell because that was over the line. Z Shell is Apple's default shell. Bash is Linux's default shell and has been for more than 2 decades. Which one do you want to pick? Do you want to get in line with what Apple would have you use? Yeah, you're just Apple users at the core, really. All of you Z Shell users. You really just want to use Apple. That's really what you are. You're just Apple users in disguise. Yeah, use a real shell. Use TC shell. God damn it. It's so funny because the whole shell wars, we've been having shell wars since the 90s. Fish, exactly. Yeah, here's my fish. You're gonna make me put my fish on. The only version of ASCII Aquarium in the world with transparent background. Everyone else has to suffer through this piece of crap. Thanks to, I'm going to give it to you for free. This is what you should replace your fish shell with. All right, so this is now your new fish executable for your whole system instead of fish. I'm having way too much fun today. Thanks for the raid. It's basically it's so fun. So you can actually. What is the give command? It's my own homegrown. You want to see? It gives. VIC give. Give. I miss MS DOS verify. Yes. So look, I have used DD to make images for years. I love it. I absolutely love it. I actually, I scripted it. I blew my hard drive away once scripting a DD ISO generator. Yep, totally blew it away. Thank God for Cloud and Git. And anyway, so I give. I actually could do that. Okay, I'll do that. Give said the little stream. Give, oh give. Give, oh give. Give said you need the ex command so you know what give is doing. Pearl lol, awesome sauce. I love Pearl. Fight me. Bash weekends today. You know what though? We're gonna do one more day, Lakshim. So I gotta wrap up this thing because this thing's gonna get too long. I'm sorry, Bash has to extend into Monday. So in case you guys are wondering, Destroyer, yes. On Monday, we are going to do collections. We're going to do collection types. Okay, we're going to do, I just realized all the swear words are going on YouTube. Oh my God. So we're going to do lists. We haven't done lists yet, and we haven't done associative arrays. And one of the biggest reasons I picked Shot's book is because he actually covers associative arrays. He is the only one that does demonetization. Every single thing I post gets demonetized anyway, as long as I don't get a strike, which terrifies me. Chris, you probably have way more experience with the YouTube thing. I need to care more about YouTube. I actually finally posted my videos for last week to YouTube. Yeah. So, anyway, we need to cover those things. Yes, I know. I want to try to. Yes, I have not saw it. Thanks for recommending library, by the way. I did look at that, and I watched DistroTube's thing about library, which I think is super cool, and I want to try it. I really do. Like, add it to the list of things I need to do. I don't have, a production team here. It's just me in my attic, almost literally, with the spiders. So I don't have a lot of extra time, and I'm also writing an entire freaking book about all this stuff. So you know what, Chris, I would love to do, if you guys want to, this is a completely 100% collaborative community driven work. And if you would like to help write this RWXGG, I mean, I know it has my copyright signs on everything, but I really want to expand it. It's 100% open source, open effort. It's community Creative Commons, and I'm trying to capture the basic stuff then that's going on. So yeah. You're in your garage. Are you seriously? That's great to know. But I mean, the more we can get a community that actually agrees. So the actually book, William Schott's book that came from the linuxcommand.com website, that whole community has kind of died out, frankly. But I think we have the possibility to ramp up a community that's creating a body of knowledge related to Bash and Linux and Z Shell and Bash, all these things, so that we can have it. Now, mine right now, my RWX.GG is very opinionated. It's very just me. But if we could, I don't want to make it, the thing about it's bad. We're going to talk about this next week. Next week is knowledge is source. That's on the schedule. I'll just plug for the schedule next week. So next week is knowledge, data structured knowledge as source. We're going to do Pandoc Markdown. I'm going to take you through the process of publishing websites like this for free, using GitLab and Netlify. And we're going to talk about, continuous integration and stuff like that as it applies to knowledge as source. That means source code, treating knowledge like source code, using Pandoc and tools like it. And how do you publish it? How do you produce it? And how do you exchange it with others? Hopefully through something like readme.world, which I've registered, hopefully, to do that. You give me permission to use my Wave. Yes, thank you. And I actually don't know if I need, take care, guys. And Chris, take care if you need to take off too. I understand. I love Hugo. I actually wrote a pretty good tutorial on Hugo. I was working a lot, I forget his name there for a while. Oh, wow. Thanks for the cheer. And so, I actually started making a tool, written in Go called Hugonaut, and it had like the fleur-de-lis and everything as the logo. My problem with Hugo is that it's too, no, not org mode. We'll talk about it next week. If you really want to talk about that next week, when we talk about knowledge as source, I'm going to try to objectively make the case that the most universal, format for knowledge source is Pandoc Markdown. Because it's already used everywhere. And the biggest problem we have here is that we don't have a common syntax for knowledge. We have restructured text, we have Perl pod, we have HTML, we have a ton of things like that. No, thanks, Rob. Thanks for the cozy part. So yeah, say it's not GPU accelerated by default. Let's see. Which one? Org mode? Oh, Chromium. Yeah, for plugging the force station. I don't know. So the point I have with org mode and all these other things is the biggest problem that's inhibiting knowledge. Really, there's a lot of problems. One of them is that it's an anti-pattern on the web for SEO, so you can't link out to other things. If you go to rdbx.gg/knowledge, I get into all the weeds on this. My point is that I think we need to explore what a new knowledge net would look like, a README world where people share knowledge in a standard way, and that anybody can write the knowledge. And the reason that Pandoc Markdown, I believe, is the primary, I'm just as kind of a preview of next week. The reason I think Pandoc Markdown is the primary format and syntax for that is because it was created by writers, not engineers. It was created as a way to capture knowledge so that when I want to write a README about, MMPs or whatever they are, you get this nice, happy little language. Anybody can write this, right? This is Pandoc Markdown. A little bit of YAML at the top, and the knowledge. All you do is just parse that out. You've got some localized. A lot of people have talked about Gitbook. We're going to talk about Gitbook and Kraken. We're going to talk about all of those. Those are all things that I have looked at least a week long or more in research about whether to do it. I actually wrote a Gitbook and deleted it. I was actually really into Gitbook. The problem with all of them is that they're all engineer based, and we're going to talk about this next week. Is that what we need to do is we need to get out of the centralized dependencies, and we need to just focus on the syntax of knowledge first. And once we get the syntax of the knowledge down and somewhat standardized, then what? We don't care how that knowledge is exchanged. We don't care. And now we're in a decentralized mode, right? As long as we have at least some basic outline for how the knowledge should be captured without any specific tool in mind, with just how should this knowledge be generically captured. And then we can go into, kind of like a knowledge graph. Yeah, is it a knowledge graph? We'll have to look at that. Efficient absorption. Protocol over implementation. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So I actually think HTML was a bad idea, and I wrote about that. I think its intent was well designed, but how come, if you can trace all of the failures of our current World Wide Web to the fact that HTML required a web browser, and Mark Andreessen, that blood-sucking venture capitalist now, what did he do? He made NCSA web browser for the World Wide Web, and then what did he do? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Getting easier to get knowledge than when you're a norm. Yeah. So Andreessen, then he made NCSA, then he made Netscape. Then he added the Blink tag and the Mark T tag. It says, fuck you, internet standards, does whatever he wants. Then we had the browser wars of the 90s. Thank God you didn't live through the browser wars. The browser wars almost single-handedly destroyed the World Wide Web, all by themselves. Yes, I'm sorry, there was one F-bomb in there. So they almost single-handedly destroyed the world. And the browser wars were only possible because knowledge required a web browser. If knowledge had not required a web browser, if the people had invented the web using Markdown and not HTML, we would not have needed a tool. And people would have made their own tools, and they would have said, you know what, forget you and your Blink tags and you're having to buy Netscape and all of this other crap. This isn't about money. This is about knowledge. This is what it was originally intended to do. But the single biggest mistake that led to the fracturing of the entire World Wide Web was making the language of knowledge dependent on technology. That's it. It's like, oh no, we're going to make this really cool, like structured HTML, blah, 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 blah. Like, what? Don't worry, we'll make a tool for you. We'll make a tool so you can edit it. We'll make another tool so that you can view it. We'll make another tool so you can search it. It's like, why don't you just use Markdown so that we can just write it? I just want to use a text editor and have it be able to share my stuff with other people, like email. Every single web page is already a MIME. It's a MIME type. Every single web page is already a miniature little email, and that's how it got started. So we're going to talk about all this next week. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. I'm going to go ahead and cut it and go do my yoga. We don't like to cuss. I'm sorry. I don't cuss very much either, Chris. I'm really sorry that I cussed. That you're pulling out that part of me. I don't mind seeing someone head blow up on TV. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't normally do that. I'm rated M usually. I apologize for that. I take that all back. Okay, Markdown was not invented. No, it wasn't. In fact, Markdown was invented as a reaction. Markdown is invented as a reaction to HTML. They're like, I don't want to have to write this. I just want to write everything like I do in my emails. That's exactly what during Markdown. What's his name? John Gruber and Aaron Swartz, may he rest in peace. Who also created Reddit. You guys, if you haven't watched the documentary on Aaron Swartz, you must go watch it soon this week. One of the biggest Let's see, boobies bad, but gross violence is cool. Exactly. Yeah, it's really sad because he's one of the greatest human beings who ever lived, and he was really big into freeing knowledge and information. In fact, if he were alive today, he would be championing the free exchange of knowledge, and he would already have another thing invented. He invented the idea of wikis 5 or 6 years before they ever made it. You gotta watch the documentary. It's amazing. Aaron Swartz, because the NSA is dead. SSS, yep. He invented so many things. So many things, actually. Yeah, the internet's own boy. I know, it's kind of sad. It really saddens me because if he were still alive right now, dude, think about what our internet would look like today. Because, you know what I'm saying? Well, it wasn't the NSA, it was the FBI, actually. The FBI got him. They didn't actually kill him. They just tortured him to the point where he killed himself. That's not an exaggeration. You got to watch the documentary. Spoiler alert, he's dead. Kind of sad. It actually seriously tugs at my heartstrings because the whole world would be different if he were still alive today. There's a guy who, to use somebody else's words, climbed the crap pile to the top, plucked the rose of Silicon Valley, and walked down again after he got his millions on Reddit through Y Combinator. And then he's like, this is a bunch of BS. I don't want anything to do with it. So he went back to working on freeing knowledge and eventually got in trouble for it. Yep. Harvard Library got him in trouble. Yep. And then from that, they're like, you can't do that. It was also during the high time of Anonymous. And even though he had nothing to do with Anonymous, his story isn't over. Yeah, it isn't. He got together, he was grouped with Anonymous. This was during the Obama era when, there was all the uprisings were going on out there and there was a lot of backlash. But a lot of the backlash was the Anonymous kind of stuff, which was a different thing. Let's just call it different. I don't want to say it's bad, but it was different. And he was very legally doing things that were freeing information, that was public information, that was behind paywalls, that was government information that we were allowed to have. And in the middle of all that, yeah, in the middle, but the powers that be were so triggered by what was going on with Anonymous and and the stuff in Wall Street and all that they just overreacted, and the poor guy ended up dead because they pulled old laws that were made after War Games was made. You guys remember War Games? War Games, the movie War Games was made, and a bunch of federal legislation got passed like within months after that said if you do anything to access any system without permission, hi Puffin, you are committing a federal crime. And so they dug up. You should definitely watch it if you want to. War Games is the first hacker movie ever made. But after that, in fact, that movie prompted a bunch of legislation, some of which was really ancient and really poorly written. And it took them. Yeah, Angelina Jolie. No, that's the Hackers movie. That's a different one. That's the Hackers. Yeah. Hackers is a bunch of BS, but it's fun. Angelina Jolie's in it. Scan of government site if you want to check, if you want to get a knock on the door. Maybe. Anyway, so I'm really interested in the cybersecurity angle of all this stuff too. Hackers is great, but not really. So, funny mean version of hacking. I think War Games is much more entertaining. Yeah, personally, but it's a rabbit virus. Have you seen, what's his name? He does all the DEF CONs. He's a good famous YouTuber too. I forget his name. I don't know any YouTubers. He did the hackers. He reviews all the hackers to see which ones are the most accurate. And it's just so funny to watch him like laugh and crack up. Is it Crossover? Oh yeah, Crashover, right? That actor is all over doing different things now. So yeah. War Games is going to be straight up Washington Media Class. I agree. I love everything about it. I like that. It was very pre John Landis, if you know what I'm talking about, right? It was like Mitnick's books are. Yeah, I have his card. His card is a lockpick. Yeah, he has an aluminum card. You can twist off all the pieces of it or something, and it's like a lockpick. It's pretty cool. Somebody gave me a copy of one of his cards. I'm not a big Mitnick fan, mostly because. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just not a Mitnick fan. He phone freaked people. Oh, he social engineered people. Oh, hacker. I'm a much more Elliot. I'm much more of a fan of Elliot. It's less about technical. Yeah, it's important stuff, but it's that's not what I'm interested in. Let's put it that way. Yeah, exploiting people. Okay, does that even count as hacking? It's more like spycraft than anything else, right? So, I think I probably should go, Chris. These are all the other things we're going to finish up. I don't know if we're going to get all to all these projects, but we've covered the main ones, just in case you guys are wondering. Yeah, so I'm going to, we know all about exploding Rob. Yes, I do explode. I'm sorry, I am an exploder. I try not to. I need to do my yoga, otherwise I will explode. Hacking with negativity. True. And that's changing, by the way. People are now seeing the cybersecurity area as a real thing. The magic color box of Mr. Crunch. Yes. Some people use eShare on Manjaro. Oh my God. The humanity. How dare you? Seriously. Just please. Okay, the only thing I really don't want you to do is tell people that this works. Promise me you will never tell anybody they can use that instead of cat. And you know who I'm talking about. Okay? If you tell people to use things that only work in Z Shell, tell them that it only works in Z Shell. Don't teach it to them as a shell built in, because it's not. And it's irresponsible to tell people stuff that won't work, in particularly floating point mathematics, that's going to get you in trouble when you use an actual bash shell that doesn't do floating point. Nobody can prove to me that Z Shell is cool. It doesn't do anything that Bash doesn't know how to do. Do you know what CD path is in Bash? Bet you don't. I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't even know the guy, so I feel really bad. The reason I'm so triggered by that one is I actually had someone like nearly in digital tears in our Discord saying, "Why doesn't this work? I've been doing it for the last 20 minutes." Because I saw it on this other YouTube video. And then that triggers me because, it's affecting the learning of others. And that's actually what's causing me to do all this stuff. And I'm not going to make any friends, unfortunately. I don't mean to make enemies, but I don't have a problem saying when I think something's out of line. So, and I think we need more of that, actually. I'm still newish. Bash doesn't even could. What Linux distro do you use? I currently use Mint because it's stable, but I would do Pop! OS if I could get it to work. But he does show how cool tiling Windows managers are. Tiling window managers are a waste of time if you know how to use tmux. You can't look, fight me. Teach me why I need to use the tiling window manager. Teach me why I need to use NVim. People make arguments all the time. I'm everybody who knows me, they know I blow up, and they know that I change my mind instantly when provided with enough information. And so far, I have not got enough information. That's all. It has nothing to do with any human being who uses those things. Why use NVim? We actually did a whole thing on this, by the way. If you guys really want to go down this thing, I did it last night, actually, which I need to delete that video because it was a little intense. I don't want people to get wrong. Tmux, I use Tmux constantly. I don't know why anybody uses anything else. Say, what's your window manager? You got a fancy one? I don't give a shit about my window manager. I can use any terminal on the planet because I use Tmux to split my panes. Well, NVim has panel splitting. So what? Use Tmux. You know why? Because I can not only split in VI, but I can split across. I can do cutting and pasting across applications. And if I had VI or NeoVim, I couldn't do that. So I would have to do something like this, right? So, whoops. And then go over here, and then we'll do this. I don't even know what I'm doing, but boop, boop, I'm gonna do the paste. Boop, where's my paste? Oh, I didn't do it right. Oh, well, you get the point. You can do cutting and pasting without using panes. A quick save that we're left for the after. Qtile, why? So I'm really new to Linux. Can I ask you something about Linux usage? Sure. It's everywhere. You just can't see it. That's where Linux is everywhere. You're using it right now someplace. You just don't realize you're using it. It's the most hidden operating system of all of them. Vim has splitting too. It does. I don't like it because I would rather use tiling. I'd rather use splitting with panes in Tmux. I just want to say Python. Well, I've already said that. Python I loved and taught for 5 years. So when I say that I dislike Python, it is not It is, and by the way, I still use Python for machine learning automation, things that are like Fabric and Capistrano. I would still strongly recommend Python for that. I don't think it is the first pick particularly for beginners. That's just me. And I don't want to have a language fight, but that's because I did it for 5 years and I found it's got problems, particularly for teaching it to beginners. Krita is awesome too. I'd love to play with that. Copy across Tmux. Actually, okay, so it takes a little doing, and if you got a mouse that works, quite honestly, I usually reach for the mouse on that because I'm just lazy. But all it is Control A, let right bracket, you like push space to activate it, and then you push, and then you get line numbers and stuff, and then you do enter to do it, and then go over here, VI another, let's see, temp another, and then delete that. Okay, and then I do insert and then Control A, right bracket, and it goes ahead and does that. Of course, I didn't do set paste, which that might be an advantage. Not having to do set paste might be one advantage. Also, I got the line numbers, so that might be an advantage. I guess those are some decent advantages that I just discovered there. So I would mostly just do this. So I would do over here, I would do set no new, and then I would do my cut and paste. But these days I don't even do that. I just do a vim info cut and paste, and you guys know what I'm talking about with that, right? So with a vim info cut and paste, I just do cut, I close that. Actually, let's leave it here and close it, and then I do VI temp another. I don't even need another pane, and just paste it over here. I really love that. By the way, if you're using Vim, let me give you another tip. If you're using Vim and you don't have this in your Vim info, you need to put it there. Otherwise, you're going to be very surprised because your buffer's not going to hold all your cut and paste, and you're going to lose thousands, hundreds of lines, depending on how big you're doing of a cut and paste. So if you do dot, I'm doing dot files, common Vim. Okay, so here's the line. I always, this is like my public service announcement. I do this for everybody because I was so burned by this. Make sure you have something like this in your RC files. Make sure you have something like this. I'm not doing my yoga. I know I need to go do my yoga. Obviously. Or just like shift mark and then Control Shift C. Oh, for marking? Yeah, you could probably do that. Bye, Darkus. Mark set, cut, copy, and paste. Some people do that. I don't. I mostly because I don't think all of that is supported by traditional VI. But then again, neither is Vim info. So Vim info has ruined me. This song is small. No, I can't because I don't know Python. It depends on what you want. Is it installing Python? How'd you change your host name like RWX at live and offline or something in man.conf? What are you talking about? Are you talking about changing your prompt? Just do this. You're not talking about something like this, right? Just changing PS1 equals something. I mean, this is, you just need, I don't think this is what you're talking about, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like talk about changing on that? Sorting and searching through a dictionary. Yeah. Yeah, that's just change your PS1. So all you have to do for that is just set your PS1. You can definitely do that too if you want a color. That's the color. So that's stuff you change in your bash RC file. So bash RC or your bash aliases, whatever you call yours. So that's we should probably do a thing on prompts. I should probably go. I got to do my yoga. I just love Chris's visits, and now that I know that Chris has done some of his amazing things, and I put the two together, I just want to do good by his raids so that people can get benefit from it. PS1. So here is what I did with the PS prompt. And I don't know if that's of any value to you guys, but this is, I put some colors. This is the colors for my different pieces. I don't know. Do you guys want that? If you want that, I can send it, I guess. There's some process, like put that stuff in there. Just echo off. They don't like if you are late. I do my own yoga. It's not a class. Yeah, I'm certified, so whatever. I practice Ashtanga in my, not strictly Ashtanga. Nice. Yeah, Chris has been, he's very, very helpful for people. So actually, that's why I'm so glad I realized who he was. They actually clipped him when I realized who he was. And I was like, oh man, this is another guy who's really making a difference here. We'll be at 6 p.m. CS time tomorrow. Please stop by Hikari Night. He is a great streamer. He is one of the few streamers I've seen who actually truly understands virtualization. I mean, deeply understands virtualization, as in has diagrams and like 100-page configuration files about how he set up his own pass-through GPU acceleration. Hikari suffers from being too smart because he does stuff on the stream that no one understands. What do you need help with? Please help me. Maniac, tell me what you need. So, did I miss it already? What did you say? I think he might only be on Twitch. I don't know. I have to, Maniac. What did you ask me something earlier? I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Could you help me with a small issue in Python? That never is a small issue, but okay. What is it? What is your small issue? How to use a Python dictionary? It sounds like homework to me, but let's try it. Let's try it since we got you guys here. I definitely need more cyber to help you with Python though. If I'm going to help you with this, I have to have more cyber. More cyber. Okay. What's the problem in Python? I'm sorting and searching through Python dictionary. And I don't care what the terminal looks like. A lot of people don't. I'm sorry, you're going to need to provide more information, Maniac. Can I suggest something to you? Because I'm going to leave and you're going to still need help. I'm not doing this just to promote the thing. I'm doing this because I have a ton of people inside. So, okay, let me show you something. So, can you do this for me? Go to rwx.gg. Okay. Yep. And go click on Discord and then click on the Python channel. And there are a ton of people there that are helping everybody in Python. And you could probably do that in Chris's too. I don't mean to just promote my own. There's lots of places, but I have a specific Python channel and we have a lot of people that are they've already helped a lot of people there. And the reason for that is because whether or not I'm here or I'm streaming, you can always go there and get help. Okay. There's a lot of great people that are very volunteer oriented in there. And, I mean, it's kind of surprising. I mean, I'm just blown away by how this community is kind of welled up. I'm really happy to have them around. Well, you know, I mean, I'm just doing it mostly so people can get help. I'm obviously not making any money off any of that stuff. I try crazy things less to FreeNAS and ZFS. Yes. Now I only use QEMU when I was VMware long ago. Yeah, now that you know how. You know, people who didn't know. Okay, I'm actually going to call it. Who shall we raid with this wonderful group? Twitch top. Do we have anybody on the top here? Oh, Optional's down there. Selling Try Hack Me. IBM developer is streaming. He doesn't stream very much, so I might as well. Is he actually doing stuff? Coding Garden. Oh, let's do Coding Garden. Coding Garden raided me the other day, and I was really thankful for that. I'm gonna raid him if that's okay, guys. So let's raid him. I really like Coding Garden. I like his whole approach. I like his personality. I mean, I like everybody, even if they're gruff. But there's just something. He's really gone out of his way to help people. So Mastermind is another one that I really look up to. Why raid Twitch top? This is a thing that I wrote that I can't look up the bottom ones. It doesn't show me the top. Twitch top only shows the top people that are coding. And you know what? I absolutely do want that. I've been wanting to make that for a very long time. Let me add it to my to-dos list before I forget. Urgent, make Twitch bottom. Of course, I had to filter out a lot of stuff, but Coding Garden's worth Twitch tail. It sounds much more. That's much Twitch tail. I should probably do Twitch head and Twitch tail. Yeah. Make Twitch head. Twitch tail. All right. And I'm going to go raid Coding Garden. I just have to be able to spell. Because I appreciate that he rated me that one time. And yep, that shows the channel on terminal. Oh, what app am I using? Yeah, you want the Twitch command? That's everything I have. Every single thing I have is open source. So here's the Twitch command. If you want to go get a standard in this, I use WeChat. I need to do a full video on all the new... this is just Tmux within Tmux, and I'm running WeChat in the top terminal. And I'm running a version of Tmux that I hacked myself to not have the borders in, which is like one line change. Why do you use Perl for the fish animation? Because it's so old. No, it's because it's so old. Perl was made long. That Perl's fish... I've seen that fish animations since 97. It's been around forever. A lot of people forgot it existed. We have T-Matrix 2. In case you're wondering, we have... Now, this is the old bad one. We need to get the new one. Exit bash T-Matrix. There we go. There's the T-Matrix. Anybody else have any questions before I take off? Mongo first or SQL? I would learn YAML first, YML, and then I would learn SQL, personally. SQL has more application across the board. Mongo is kind of falling out of favor, particularly now that Postgres has a JSON data type. No. So the JSON data type in Postgres SQL actually clobbers a lot of the functionality of MongoDB. MongoDB is an object data store. It is not a database. It calls itself a database, but it's an object data store. It's a relational. It's not a relational database in any sense. So, yeah. SQL is a programming language. That's right. I would, if you're, the question is whether to use MongoDB or Postgres SQL, or FaunaDB, which is all in line. I mean, I might be overstating it. NoSQL. They call it NoSQL, but MongoDB. At the end of the day, MongoDB is a bunch of objects. The end. Python 2 has been discontinued. Thank God. They were 5 years late. They had to extend the deadline. Any tips for someone studying Linux Plus? Why are you studying? Ask yourself why you're studying Linux Plus. What are you trying to get out of it? A job? I'm not picking on you. Why are you learning Linux Plus? What is the goal? More Linux. You know that Linux Plus used to be done by LPIC. I wouldn't get any certificate that's not from Linux Professional Institute if you're going to get one at all. So honestly, I'm asking you the question. I'm not trying to be mean. If you're going for a certificate just cause, ask yourself why you're getting the certificate. If you're getting the certificate because you want to get a job, then the real question is, what do I need to do that's going to create trust with a potential employer? And that might be a certificate, but it might not be a certificate. It might be that a particular place you want to work doesn't look at certificates at all. And it looks at just stuff that you have in your source code. I might be a great mentor, right? So the point I'm trying to tell you is this. It depends on your goals. If your goal is to get a job, then know what the job is and what the specific companies are that you would potentially imagine working for, and figure out what they trust, and then produce a lot of proof that you can be trusted. And if that's the government, then you have to get Security Plus, for example. They require it. If it's, F Security, the company, they look very low. They look down on Linux Plus and CEH certificates. They actually look down on them. If you have an OSCP, they say it might be okay. What they want to see is other proof of capture the flag competitions, GitHub repos with your scripts that you've written, that kind of thing. Other ways to demonstrate that you are trusted to do the job. So if your goal, that's why I ask. I wasn't trying to be facetious here. I'm truly asking you, why are you doing what you're doing? If you're trying to get a job, there are a lot of other decisions to make before you decide to get to Linux Plus. Well, my main goal is cybersecurity, but Linux is part of the process, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. If your goal is cybersecurity and you are convinced that getting a certificate is required for your particular angle, if I were you, I would be doing, first of all, I would master Linux, period. These days, I kind of think, like if you're going to get a certificate because that produces trust with a broad range of different companies and people, then I would suggest, the OSCP. Why would I suggest the OSCP? Because it's a hands-on examination that requires a lot of practice, and that it means doing a lot of Hack the Box, a lot of Try Hack Me, those kind of things, and then possibly doing an LPIC. They don't have online proctoring. Oh, right. Okay, well. What do you mean they don't have? Oh, they don't have online proctoring. Yeah, the OSCP does though, and you can get the OSCP. The OSCP is a big jump from Linux Plus to OSCP though. That's true. Linux Essentials. Okay, so if the goal is to get a job, then you have to look at what the people hiring you are going to look at. If you can get the Linux Plus knowledge without taking the test and spending the money, and that gets you to the point where you can actually take the OSCP exam, which is more broadly acknowledged as a pen testing certificate, which I personally want to get myself. If you do that, then you don't even need the Linux Plus. You just need the knowledge you would get from the Linux Plus. And so you can go do things like, watch Chris and watch me and go through the RWXGG, which we hope to make an open credential for that kind of thing. And then you don't even need the stinking certificate and all the money involved with it. In fact, all you really need to do is make yourself your own learning plan and start producing stuff that's going to get you to the knowledge where you can go take the certificate that you really need. And that's the OSCP, which is expensive. So I wouldn't waste my time with Linux Plus. If anything, consider Linux Plus. Now, WGU, the university, it's a really great one. You should probably consider if anybody doesn't have a college degree. It's an online university. If you're in America, I don't think you can do it outside of America. It's too bad. But they actually have a lot of these certificates built in to the process. But again, it depends on your goal. Linux Plus is not going to get you anywhere near an F-security job. OSCP might get you there. Right? First thing I did after my training exam was done was that I took a master's test in Linux from a recruiting company, scored among the highest across the company. Nice. After my trainee exam was done, then I took a master's test. And see, I mean, yeah, was it a multiple choice test, Hikari, or was it some other thing? I didn't want to get Red Hat because it's more sysadmins. Yeah, Red Hat is definitely sysadmins. If you're going to get a Linux certificate at all, my standard recommendation is still Linux LPI. Because it's created by the Linux Foundation. It's created and maintained by a non-proprietary Linux Foundation. Now, it's falling behind, I think. But still, I don't have one, and I don't know if I ever would want to get one. It is a multiple choice test, which I don't understand. If I license my game engine under GPL2, the game someone creates it will be licensed under GPL2. The game someone creates with it will be licensed under GPL2. No, I don't think. Mix of multiple choice unwritten. Oh, is it multiple choice and written? Nice. Yeah, I mean, I've spent about an hour here. I should probably go. I'm trying to think about the GPL question, guys. I'm not a lawyer, of course. I'm trying to see if that question about the game falls under what's called the LGPL. Is your game engine compiled into the end result? Well, first of all, what's the language, if you don't mind my asking? If it's Go, the answer is no for sure, because it's all statically linked. It gets really. I've studied this way more than I care to. It is Ruby? Okay. So if it's Ruby, then you could do that under LGPL. Keep the same license when you code it. It's only if you extend the engine. So this is something that people misunderstand a lot about those licenses. It's only if you extend the thing. It's not if you use the thing. Does that make sense? So engines are particularly problematic because if you use something, you can use the engine and someone else can make an application that uses the engine and they don't fall under the license at all. Okay? They don't fall under the license. Yeah, it's not a user. Right. WGU, Western Governors University. It's I think it's the best online degree so far, and I have a guy going through it for cybersecurity. it's not, it's a university, which means it's already got flaws, right? But this is a particular university that's very certification heavy. It includes 28 certificates in the industry, and it's pretty well known for placing people in the cybersecurity industry. For the more conservative cybersecurity industry, if you want to be, it depends on what kind of thing you want to do in cybersecurity too. A lot of people, government, those kind of cybersecurity jobs is really good for that kind of thing. You cannot use GPL on proprietary to sell without permission. That's not at all correct. So people associate GPL with being able to sell. It has nothing to do with whether you can sell the product. Nothing. There's nothing about non-commercial use. There's absolutely nothing. You cannot use, I'm going to reevaluate this. You cannot use GPL on proprietary to sell without permission. No, you absolutely can. So this is, I'm going to restate this. Okay. Yeah, it's a university. Universities have flaws, but actually, if you're considering WGU at all, watch the YouTube videos from John, who finished the entire WGU thing and the entire computer science program in 6 months and paid $7,000 for his bachelor's of science in computer science from an accredited university that accredits the same universities as Stanford and others. If you want to beat the system and get that stupid piece of paper from a university, WGU is a great way to hack the system. And I went into this very cynically a year ago. You have to understand, I was so cynical. I thought it was another Trump U. And after watching how they do everything, I'm totally sold. And I have nothing to do with them. I'm helping a guy get through his right now. I've considered getting my master's from them, but I don't know what I would do with it. Anyway, I kind of want my engine users to be able to create proprietary games if they want. Yes, and they can. So this is the thing about GPL that I think you should probably study for yourself. But I've thought about getting my master's at WGU in cybersecurity. But then I asked myself, why would I do that? Why am I doing it? Just because I want it? Am I doing it because I want to work in cybersecurity? Or is it because I want to? And that was when I gave up that idea and I decided to try to go for my OSCP just so I could help people get their own OSCP. And then I started doing OSCP. Yeah. Actually, WGU has a lot of teacher degrees. In fact, WGU gives a lot of masters in teaching to people. Yeah, it does. It's a master's in teaching. There's lots of people that get their teaching certificate for WGU because it's one of the business. It's really good for people that, their mascot's the night owl, because people who are adding stuff on. Now with the COVID thing, the WGU is just blowing up. John from YouTube. So if you go to YouTube and search for WGU, and you'll see lots of videos who've gone through it. But there's one guy. If you search for WGU computer science, you'll see the videos from the guy. He's a mechanic. He's totally awesome. He's this young guy with like young kids, and he slept every other day to finish the program in 6 months. It's absolutely remarkable. His John, if you're out there, congrats, man. You like really inspired a lot of people. And he just kind of, matter of factly talks about all the stuff he's doing, and he doesn't. He has zero concern for what people will think of his critique of the system. So he totally critiques WGU while he's going through it sometimes. Yeah, I did. I completed all of Bandit, but I haven't done anything beyond Bandit. I want to get back to it, but I got so many things going on. So yeah. What was the other question though? We missed one I want to get out of here on. Oh, the GPL thing. So the thing with GPL is, first of all, it has nothing to do. You can release your code under GPL, and you can sell it, and so can anybody else. So if you release it under GPL, someone else can use your GPL software exactly as it is, and they can even sell their product, unless you release it under a different license that prohibits use for not anything but nonprofit, for commercial, which you shouldn't do. And if they extend your engine, your code, if they change your code in any way, the only requirement is they make the changes publicly available for others. That is it. The only other protections from the GPL, the only other protections from the GPL are that you you are safe from, lawsuits and stuff. That's it. That's why I like GPL2. I'm with Linus on this one, because GPL2 doesn't overreach. It doesn't say anything more. And it also doesn't give your code away for free. They can use your code, but they cannot expand on your code and make it better and get rid of it and then just use it like Apple has done with FreeBSD. Right. Apple took FreeBSD, completely raped it, put whatever they wanted to, and didn't give anything back to the community. And that's why they don't like GPL. It's also why they have Bash 2 on Mac Pros. It's also why they switched to Z Shell. The real reason Apple switched to Z Shell is a stupid license. It's the only reason, if you ask me. Provide their own implementations. Maybe that's GPL. No. There's something called the LGPL, which is becoming harder to use. It was made in an older time. LGPL means you can create a binary, and the binary compiled version of your thing can be linked into it. I don't know, but I'm not a lawyer, so please make sure you understand that. The tough part gets when you're starting to do an engine. I'm just going to say this, and then I'll stop at 3. The tough part about an engine is that an engine is not really cleanly separated from the thing that uses the engine, right? So, there's a gray area about whether, if there's a nice clean line between using the engine and not using the engine, you're fine. But if there's not, if in any way the person who's using your engine could be derived as creating a derivative work or extending the engine in any way, then it falls under GPL2. And that's where the law is gray. That's why people don't pick GPL in general, is because it's tricky, right? A proprietor started on top of just trying to, give it to the community, keep the same license and distribute it for free. Right. The whole point of GPL is that, hey man, if you make changes, you got to share them with us. That's it. It's not like, if you make changes and you put any of our software on any hardware, you must ensure that your hardware is completely open and can be updated by its end user. That's GPL v3. That's a completely different license. It's not even close to GPL2. Linus considers it unethical. The reason he doesn't want anything to do with the FSF, again, those are his words, is because they decided to try to sneak in GPL3's extra overreaching Free Software Foundation kind of agenda, rather than just keep it a basic license about the software. And I agree with him. It's a fine license. Those are his words, but it's not the same license. It's not the same license. It has nothing to do with the GPL. Other than the letters GPL, that's it. If you look at every other tenet of GPL3, you might as well have written an entirely different license, because it affects the hardware that you put your software on. That is so out of bounds. I'm just going to make my point here. So let's say you put Linux, you want to make a communicator pin. I know a lot of people like it. If you want to push your agenda on people, fine. But Void, let me tell you one case. I used to be a big GPL3 person, by the way. If you go look at my source code, a lot of it's still released under GPL3, because I'm sick and tired of Apple raping everybody and not being forced to give stuff back. So there's many parts about the GPL3 that I agree with. However, let me give you one. I'm going to throw a wrench in his meter. It's the communicator pin. Okay, so I use the communicator pin as a sort of an example of where we're going with this. So Linux is being run. So GPL software is Linux, and everything is being run on smaller and smaller and smaller devices. Okay, so think about that for a second. Eventually, you're going to have a communicator pin. You're going to have a lapel pin, a button. There's going to be GPL software built into the seams of your shirts. So having a clause that says your shirt button has to provide a way for it to be upgraded, for its operating system to be upgraded. You cannot burn this software onto the firmware of that lapel pin or communicator or button, because this license says that you're not allowed to do that. This license says you must be able to change the software because you own that button, you bought that shirt, you own that software, and you should be able to change the software on that button. So as things get smaller and smaller and smaller, the GPL3 becomes a disastrous fail. A disastrous fail. How's it going? So this is when you really look at the GPL3 is so short-sighted, it's just beyond comprehension to me that anybody even would think about doing it. Because everything that you make with GPL3 requires that the end user be able to upgrade the hardware that is running on. That if so your toaster. So then the question comes, well, the reason that people say Linux is dead, and there's a lot of, you can go search for this. The reason people say Linux is dead is because all the GNU Foundation is released under GPL3, and none of that software can be used on Internet of Things devices because they're so small they can't be upgraded. Am I wrong? I mean, by making the GPL3, they made all GNU software that's released under GPL3 completely unusable. Completely unusable. They made all of that software completely unusable. And I don't like that. What? Okay, so I'm telling you this. If we're talking about smaller and smaller and smaller devices, and the ways to upgrade those devices, the other part of this is that all that stuff's going to get hacked too, because somebody's gonna hack your house by coming through your lapel pin, or through your refrigerator, or through your router. So the proponents of GPL3 are saying, nope, sorry, you can't make stuff small enough that it can't be upgraded because it's insecure. You can't burn firmware under your toaster that can't be upgraded, and they're right. How many people have hacked toasters that have burned in firmware that can't be upgraded? So they will, in order to get an upgrade, you have to buy a new toaster. You have to buy a new router. You have to buy a new TiVo. All of these things, you had to throw it away and get a new one rather than close the security bugs. Right? So the issue is much bigger. The issue is much, much, much bigger than whether, my toaster's pretty secure. You're at GPL2 software now. So, smart TVs. So it's, let me just put it this way. It is not a simple one. This one is better than the other one. It's not as simple as that. There is a huge debate that needs to happen about how small devices get and how much control over our devices we have. And this actually really bleeds into the conversation about right to repair, right? So right to repair, it gets into security by obscurity, right? So if I burn firmware onto my lapel pin that nobody knows what's on it, how long were we protected from the Intel backdoors because we didn't know about them? Security by obscurity is generally a bad thing, but as things get smaller and smaller and smaller, being forced to tell people about the firmware that's running on the thing might not be a good thing. I don't know. I had to hack my NFC lock on my door to prove my neighbor's administration that I could not comfortably with those locks give me the physical key. Yeah. So it's a bigger issue is what I'm trying to make the point. And to have a sweeping license that says you must provide a way to upgrade something, that one TiVoization clause is if at a minimum it's short-sighted. It makes a conclusion about something that hasn't been concluded yet. We haven't figured out what to do with software on small devices. I mean, everybody knows that. Is promoting the idea the industry put the dates on the projects until firmware is updated. Yeah. Basically, Rob is pleading that ordinary people learn to code, just democratize it. I don't know. Yeah. At least you could hack it. See my comment last point. Yeah. I do think, I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know what the answer is, but I believe that forcing one answer before we have an answer is premature. If anything, it's premature. And the fact that you're sneaking in GPL3 as, it's just GPL2, it's just better. That's bullshit. And I agree with Linus on that. That's bullshit because it doesn't even talk about the issues. It doesn't. If they had made a different license that says, here's a license that takes one particular position on this whole Internet of Things stuff, because that's really what the GPL3, above everything else, it does have some other good things in it, which is really too bad because some of the other concessions in it about, protecting people from patent litigation and stuff like that, those are really cool and those are great. But that one TiVoization clause That one TiVoization clause is so controversial, and it's just thrown in there, and they just snuck it in. We should have had a big debate about. So, like, let's say somebody makes a toaster. You know, we need GPL 2.5. We kind of do. I think we kind of do. But I honestly, we just need to be able to give people choice, and the GPL 3 took away that choice for a lot of people, because a lot of software was delivered as, and Linus says this much better in the forum where he talks about it. The forum for Linux, Linux is, you know, it says GPL 2 or later, right? In other countries, Europe, following. Like, can you link it? It's actually linked in RWX GG. So if you go to RWX GG and you click on, I want to say it's in, is it in the first day? I don't remember where. I can't remember where I talked about it. Let me see if I can find it. This is where I need to add my searching algorithm to this thing. My knowledge base is going to be locally searchable eventually. We're going to talk about all that next week. This is a good talk, though. This has been a good use of my time. I'll still get my yoga in, don't worry. But grepal GPL v3. Let's see if I can find it here. GPL v3 for embedded, Z Shell, GNU Linux. GNU Linux, the unethical handling of GPL v3 might have just killed GNU software forever. I'm trying to find out where I wrote it so I can send you to it. Don't call it GNU Linux anymore. I don't remember. This is why I have to spend. Oh wait, know the difference between GPL v2 and v3. Let me try it one more time. I lost my music again. FSF. Yeah, this is. Oh yeah, it's in the FSF. Orgs FSF, and I'm a little worried to show this because I think I'm still pretty angry in this one. See, I end up writing sometimes when I'm like really charged up, and then other times I have to like pull myself back. So sorry about that. It's Orgs FSF. There we go. Linux explains why he's mad against GPL v3. So there's a link in there. So I need to make an alias for this. rbx.gg/orgs/fsf. Are you kidding me? S. There we go. So that's the link. And then there's a link on there. And I don't remember. The free software, it came over to Boston. Sharply criticized by Linus Torvalds. Doesn't want anything to do with it. Stallman has since been removed from leadership, but continues to lead the GNU project. Linus explains why he's against GPL3 and the FSF. So that's a good link. Slowly descending into madness. He actually says that everybody should support the EFF instead. And I actually think I might agree with that. So, yeah. And of course, unless you're Elon, Elon's just insane at this point. I'm sorry, guy. Thank you for my boring hat, by the way. They sent it to me. All right, it's time for me to go do something else. I will be potentially on tonight doing some more writing. I have a lot of writing to catch up on, and some stuff. The way they deal with prisoners. I was gonna raid coding thing, and then I got an hour late into yoga. You know what though? You're asking me about things that I feel strongly about. Obviously, this is a downside of my personality. So so yeah, Coding Garden is worth going to right now. If you don't want to see me rant about stuff, Rossman Group is on, NahumSec is on, and we got a lot of good people on right now. I'm gonna raid Coding Garden though. Raid Coding Garden. Yep, there we go. And then I'm gonna go off and do my thing. Then we jump to prisoners. I cannot judge on that. So, yeah. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'll boost you guys over there. Twitch. So you don't have to wait around forever for the raid to come through. Oh God, there I am. It's always funny to look at yourself like, because Jeremy's charge. Da, 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 da. All right, please tell him hi for me. And if I personally offended everybody, please just know as I go forward that I don't. My opinions are about technology; they're not about people. Okay, so unless you're teaching something irresponsibly, and then hell yeah, I'm going to attack you. All right, bye. Tell him hello for me.